All right, let's get into it. Let's get into the Tupac murder trial. So today is actually day 2. I'm going to do a quick rundown, and as soon as the feed goes live, I'm going to jump over to the feed. So in case you haven't been watching the trial, in case you're not familiar with my channel, hi, my name is Gray. This is my channel, Counsel Gray. I do legal commentary, social commentary. Let me turn my volume down. Legal commentary, social commentary. This is my first time live streaming a trial, so I'm excited about this. If you're not familiar with this case, right? So Tupac, we're actually coming up next within the next month, right? In like 2 or 3 weeks, we're coming up on the 30th anniversary of Tupac's murder, right? And the thing that I noticed about this case, right? Everybody wanted to believe that Tupac got killed over something big, right? Just because of what he meant to the culture. But in actual fact, I mean, he got murdered over some pretty mundane stuff. If these allegations are true, he basically got murdered over a fight in the club, right? So this guy who's the defendant is this guy, Dwayne Davis. They call him Keffe D on the street. At the time, he was a very high-ranking member of the Crips street gang. His nephew had gotten beaten up in the club, and they went out to find the people who beat up the nephew, and it happened to be Tupac and his crew. That's what you're going to hear today. You're also going to hear that this guy actually is not being accused of being the shooter. He is being accused of being in the car with the shooter and securing the gun, because he himself had come into town from out of town, securing the gun and passing it to the actual shooter in the car, right? So in Nevada, you're going to hear that he doesn't actually have to be the shooter. In fact, all of the 3 other people who were in the car that day, including the actual shooter, they're all dead at this point. Another thing that you're going to hear in this trial is that originally he had some protection to where he could tell his version of events and not be prosecuted by Nevada. So even when Nevada came to know that he was the actual murderer, because he had this protection agreement, you know, based on what he had told them, they couldn't prosecute him. But you're also going to hear that what he did was, since that agreement, you know, 20 or 30 years ago, he basically started telling his story in a bunch of different places. And the state has been able to use what he told other people in documentaries and interviews and all that kind of stuff. They're using against him words that he told to other people. Okay. So, right. So they didn't just discover this guy in 2023, which is kind of when the investigation came back alive. They've known about this guy since the very, very beginning, but he had some good lawyering at the beginning where he was allowed to tell his story and they weren't allowed to use it against him. Where he messed up was by not doing what lawyers tell you to do, which is to stop talking. He then went and started telling that same story in other places, adding a detail here and there, enough that the state of Nevada, Clark County, they were able to piece together a story that he told in his own words outside of their conversations with him, which were protected. So this is where this guy slipped up. And the live stream is not playing quite yet. When it does, I will go directly to the live stream. All right, so let's get into the details of what happened. And like I said, this is not some amazing story. Tupac died for some big reason. He didn't. He died over a fight in the club. These are a bunch of old gangsters, right? This guy is now 63. At the time it happened, he would have been in his early 30s. So this is the gang life. Right, this is the gift that keeps on giving, right? 30 years after he's active in the gang, he was a high-ranking member of the Crips. 30 years later, he's still facing the repercussions and the consequences of what he did. All right, so let's get into the facts. Okay, so this guy was he called himself the leader or the shot caller, right, of the Southside Compton Crips, right? So the shooting happened in Las Vegas, but he was from Compton, California. And they came into town also to watch the Mike Tyson fight. So this guy, the defendant, Dwayne Keffe D. Davis, he is the uncle of this guy, Orlando Anderson. He's the one you might have heard being referred to as Baby Lane, right? So Orlando was always considered to be the shooter, the actual shooter, okay? But this guy, his uncle, he was the highest ranking member of that set who was in the car at the time. And he was in the front passenger seat. Now, again, he is not charged with actually firing the shot that killed Tupac. His nephew, Orlando, is accused of firing the shot. Orlando had just been beaten up in the club by Tupac and Tupac's crew. So when this guy, Keffe D, found out that his nephew had gotten beaten up in the club, he called the shots in the Cadillac because he was the most senior guy in the vehicle. So he says, oh no, we're going to go find whoever beat up my nephew and we're going to take care of this. So when they get up to Tupac and Suge's car, this guy hands the gun to his nephew, allegedly. And the nephew actually shoots Tupac. But according to Nevada law, all 4 of them would have been liable for that. The other 3 happened to be dead, including his nephew. All right. So this guy is the only surviving witness of the guy who was in the car. Let me just check the live stream. It is not playing yet. Okay. I'm going to jump right to the live stream when the live stream starts playing from the court. Okay. So this guy has pleaded not guilty. And he's basically saying that the versions of events that he told in the documentaries, and I think he wrote a book, and in the various interviews, he's saying that he was just blustering, he was lying, he was exaggerating the facts, and that the state of Nevada should not be able to use that against him, because it wasn't true. He wasn't under oath at any of those times when he said it. The only time that he was bound to tell the truth was when he had this protected conversation where he could not be prosecuted for anything that he said to Nevada. And anything that he said outside of that or since then has just been to get money, to get readers, to get views, right? Just basically blustering. Okay, so what happened in court yesterday? What happened in court yesterday was they had 4 witnesses. One of them was a witness who had been in a nearby car, and they had pulled up on the other side of Tupac and Suge Knight's car because one of the girls in that car knew Suge Knight and they wanted to say hello. This car pulls up on Tupac's side, which is Tupac was in the passenger seat, and the witness, her and her girlfriends, they pulled up on the driver's side because they knew Suge. She testified that when they heard the shooting, they took off and got out of there. And as they were trying to get out of there, they almost got hit by a white car. Now, this guy, Keffe D, his nephew, and their other 2 friends, they were all in a white Cadillac. So the inference is that this is the car that almost ran into these girls. So she testified yesterday. She drew a map about where things happened, where the different vehicles were, etc. So the other people who testified yesterday, there were 3 police officers, right? 3 different investigators at different points in the case. Let me pull up their names so I don't forget them, or I don't tell you the wrong names. And they all of these guys worked on the investigation at different points. Okay. So the prosecutor is this guy, Binu Palal. And that sounds like maybe a Samoan name or a Hawaiian name. You'll see when we get there. The first witness was this former Las Vegas Metro PD officer, Gary Dale. So he testified that he stopped Suge Knight's BMW earlier that evening because it didn't have a visible license plate. He says that he told Suge Knight to replace it, but that he didn't write a report for it. So this is important because after the shooting, Dale also is the one who responded to the scene, and he's the one who rode with Tupac Shakur in the ambulance. And he says that Tupac Shakur was conscious and able to speak. So there's been a lot of rumors over the years that Tupac died on the scene, but he's saying, no, I rode in the ambulance with Tupac and I asked Tupac, who shot you? And Tupac said something like, no, we'll take care of it. And he repeated that twice. So this explains why the investigation struggled from the very, very beginning. Even Tupac was not willing to discuss the attackers. I wonder if Tupac knew he was about to die, would he have told? Would he have said the name? So then the second person who testified, I told you, that was the girl. Her name was Ingrid. At the time, her name was Ingrid Johnson, and she's just a civilian witness. And she said that she was visiting Las Vegas with her friends. They were in a convertible. I think she said it was a Sebring. And they pulled alongside Suge's BMW because one of the girls in the car knew Suge. They are the ones who told Suge Knight that they were going to Club 662. And then their convertible moved ahead of Suge's BMW. The witness said, this girl Ingrid, she said she then heard the gunfire and she ducked and pulled one of her friends down, and the convertible she was in, I think she said it was a Sebring, it sped off. As she was speeding off, she heard, she said that her car nearly collided with a white vehicle, presumably the white Cadillac. She said also that she couldn't see the shooter. She couldn't tell how many people were in the car. She couldn't identify anybody, couldn't tell who the shooter was, etc. And she couldn't tell where the shots came from. And in the cross-examination, she, by this guy Keffe D's defense, she had to admit that she's talked about the case so much over the years that her memory might not have been, her memory might have been reconstructed over the years or adjusted over the years, right? So this helps Keffe D's defense, because she's saying, well, yeah, she saw a white car, but she can't say that I was in the car, because a part of his defense is that he wasn't even in Vegas at the time, right? And it also, the defense is also saying that after 30 years, these memories are no longer any good. Okay, so the next person to testify was the original Las Vegas homicide detective. His name was Brent Becker. And let me just check the live stream, make sure it's not on yet. Nope, not yet. Okay, so this guy, Brent Becker, he testifies that what he learned in the original investigation was that witnesses saw a white Cadillac with approximately 2 to 4 people. Someone saw that there might have been a .40 caliber Glock pointed. No eyewitnesses identified the shooter, and that photo lineups, they did a bunch of photo lineups. None of them produced any investigation. And he says that at that time, Anderson, right, the nephew who had just gotten beaten up in the club, right, Keffe D's nephew, that he was a suspect from the very, very beginning. However, at the original time, right, we're wondering why, right? So a lot of people are saying, well, they're not really looking into Tupac's murder and they're not doing anything. But what these guys are talking about is they're talking about exactly why the investigation got stalled. There were unreliable informants. There were people who were not willing to testify. There were plants. There were all kinds of things, right? And then there were also concerns about information leaking from within the police department. And then he testified that there were reports in his original file that seem to now have gone missing over the years. And if you've seen me in other videos, I talk about how things go missing, both for nefarious purposes, but also for not nefarious purposes, right? Things do get lost. So this is important because this is the witness that helped the state establish the shooting evidence, the historical investigation. But at the same time, he gave the defense some reasonable doubt themes, right? He gave them some ways to establish reasonable doubt. The missing records, nobody identified this guy, no cooperating witnesses, right? And the fact that the investigation itself had so many holes in it. So the fourth guy who testified yesterday, and I'm just checking the live feed, making sure that we're not missing it, okay? The fourth guy who testified yesterday was this guy, Fred Miller, and he was an LAPD homicide, right? So the first two officers were Vegas Metro Police. This guy is an LAPD homicide. So this guy, Detective Miller, he testified about how they first came to know of Davis, right? Like I said, Anderson, his nephew, who had gotten beaten up in the club, he was a suspect from the very, very beginning. But Davis came onto LAPD's radar through the Biggie Smalls testimony. So yesterday they played a very bad recording of this guy's interview, this guy Keffe D's interview, and Davis's attorney was there. They were talking about the Biggie Smalls case. There was no confession, but they were talking about the Biggie Smalls case. So Davis was at the party that Biggie Small had attended. Okay. He talked about there was a black Chevy Impala that was associated with Davis, and we don't know what he's going to do with this evidence, right? The prosecution just used him to get this information into the record. Presumably it will come up later in the trial and we'll see, okay? So he talked about that Davis was at the Biggie Smalls party. He talked about a black Chevy Impala that was associated with Davis. And then he also introduced a possible financial dispute involving this guy, Keffe D. Davis, Bad Boy Records, and Diddy or Biggie, right? So there was more going on than just, you know, we're gonna see what happens with all this evidence and what's the importance of it. And then he also talked about what they searched, you know, how they searched the Impala, etc. This guy also had to admit on cross-examination that he was not aware of any actual evidence proving that Biggie or P. Diddy owed Davis any money, right? So what he's saying here is that when we talked to this guy, however many years ago, we talked about rumors that these guys owed you some money. On cross-examination, this guy had to say, yeah, but I never got any actual evidence of this, and searching the vehicle did not produce any evidence that solved Biggie's murder, right? So this is what happens. You put out a lot of good stuff on direct, and then on cross-examination, you have to admit to some pretty harsh things, okay? So this is basically what happened. I'm going to tell you the prosecutor's version of events. And again, if you're just joining me, this guy, Keffe D. Davis, he is not accused of being the shooter. He is the uncle of the kid, Orlando Alexander, who had gotten beat up in the club, and they were out trying to basically avenge that beating. And they pulled up alongside Suge and Tupac. This guy, Keffe D, handed the gun to his nephew, Orlando, allegedly, and Orlando did the shooting. But in Nevada, you don't have to be the one who pulled the trigger, right? All four of the drivers, all four of the occupants of that vehicle would be liable for the murder. It just so happens that all three of the other occupants of the white Cadillac, they're all dead. This guy, Keffe D, is the only surviving one. And again, if you just got here, one of the things he did really well is that his lawyer negotiated a situation where if he told his story, they couldn't prosecute him. So he did tell his story. However, since then, he appeared on his own on different documentaries, different interviews, different podcasts. He even wrote a book, and he told the same story, and he added new details over the years. Nevada is now using those conversations, right? So there was an issue of, is what he said to Nevada that his attorney negotiated, is that private? The court said, yes, that is private. But he ran his mouth in other settings, and even though he told the same story and added a few details, that conversation was not deemed to be private. So that's what they're going to use against him, his own words. Okay, so let me tell you the prosecutor's opening events. Let me tell you the prosecutor's, I'm sorry, not opening events, opening statement. Okay, it's not up yet. I'm just checking because I want to make sure that as soon as it goes live that I jump over to it. Okay, so this is what the prosecution says. This is the Chief Deputy District Attorney Binu Palal. Now they put the top dog on this case, right? They didn't put a rank and file district attorney on this. This is the Chief Deputy District Attorney. He called the killing an act of revenge for his nephew, for Keffe D's nephew getting beaten up in the club, right? So this is what he says happened. That Anderson, the nephew, he had participated in an earlier dispute, and it might have been over a piece of jewelry. Tupac and the death row entourage, they beat Anderson up at the MGM Grand, and that is on camera. The beating is on camera, right? So when this guy, Keffe D. Davis, found out about it, he became angry that his nephew had gotten beaten up. So he obtained a gun. Now, mind you, he also is out of town. He's in Vegas, but he is one of the top dogs in the Compton, Los Angeles Crips. But he obtains a gun locally, and he assembled the group of people in the Cadillac to go search to avenge this beating. So they go searching for Suge Knight and Tupac. They find them, pull up alongside of him. This guy, Keffe D. Davis, he places the gun within reach of, they say, his nephew, but there's some dispute about that. But it doesn't matter in Nevada. It doesn't matter who the actual shooter was, right? This guy and all of them would still be liable. So then when they finally found Suge Knight and Tupac, that's when the shooting occurred. So the state also, they showed the MGM beating footage, and they played some of Davis's own recorded statements, right? And they're basically saying that the man who can tell you what happened is the defendant himself, okay? So that was the prosecution's opening. The defense's opening was basically what evidence, independent of Keffe D's own stories, proves that he was in that Cadillac, right? He's telling a story that he wasn't even there at the time. And he's saying that you have nothing but this guy boasting and blabbering on podcasts and documentaries and this book that he wrote that connects him to the crime. And if you've been around, you may have heard me say that the state you cannot be the only evidence against yourself, right? You cannot be the only evidence against yourself. That is an old maxim in the law. So that's what this guy is he's harkening back to that theory that this guy telling stories is not enough to convict him. It's not technically a confession, or a confession without corroborating evidence of the crime is not acceptable. So the defense says that this guy Davis was known to exaggerate. He was known to embellish stories for money and attention, and that he basically says the prosecution is trying to treat this fictional memoir as if it's, established fact, instead of doing the work to actually verify what he said. The defense is also saying there's no gun, there's no Cadillac, there's no eyewitness investigation. All the reports and evidence are missing, damaged, destroyed. The informants are questionable. People's memories have faded over 30 years. And he says that the authorities had versions of Davis's story for years, but they did not charge him, as in, like, why now? And the 2023 search did not uncover, right? This is defense saying the 2023 search, it didn't uncover what the investigators expected. So basically what they're saying is that this is not a confession. This is blustering, right? This is bragging. This is boasting. This is trying to get paid to be on podcasts and documentaries and things like that. So this is where we are right now. I said when I first started the live stream that the thing that gets me about this is that, given how important Tupac was to the culture, we want to believe that he died for something serious, and it's looking like he didn't. It's looking like he died over a fight in the club over, somebody's chain or something like that. So yeah, sorry, just getting my notes together. All right, so as soon as the feed goes live, we're going to go to it. Let me know in the chat. You guys don't forget to like, share, subscribe. This is my first time live streaming a case. I'm going to jump in from time to time. I'm going to make sure you understand what's happening, because you're going to see things that are it's not for the viewing public, right? You're going to see conversations, you're going to see motions, you're going to see objections and things like that. And they're not going to stop to explain to you what's going on. I will explain to you what's going on. And if I, to the extent that I can identify trial strategies or setups for later, because that's the other thing. Sometimes they'll bring in something not for that moment, but for something later on down the line. So I'm going to try to help you guys understand all of that as it happens. Just checking the screen share. So you guys go ahead and like and subscribe. Tell me what your questions are. Tell me, what do you think? Do you think that this guy did it? And aside from, because I don't even think the prosecution is arguing that he was the actual shooter. They're arguing that he kind of coordinated, he gathered up the crew, got everybody into the Cadillac, procured the gun from somewhere, probably one of his local Crips, right? At the time, he was a very high-ranking member of the Southside Compton, Los Angeles Crips, and he was in Vegas for the fight. So they're not accusing him of being the shooter. They're accusing him of rounding up the people to get in the Cadillac to go avenge his nephew's beating, and then sliding the gun or putting the gun within reach of the person who ended up being the shooter, which was definitely one of the other three, if you believe this story. But the prosecutor believes or is asserting that it was actually the nephew. So they're really accusing him of sliding the gun to his nephew and basically organizing the search party. And in Nevada, it doesn't matter. They would all be liable for the same thing. Oh, Devin G's, I see you. I think he was in the car for sure. Devin, was that you in my Cash App? If so, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah. So, and just his being in the car, when this happened, and if he actually slid the murder weapon over, in Nevada, that's enough. They're all three of them. All four of the occupants of the car would be liable, but the other three all just happen to be dead, including his nephew. So his nephew, okay, I see. Thank you. I appreciate you. His nephew would definitely. Oh, so his nephew got killed like 2 years after Tupac got killed. After he allegedly killed Tupac, his nephew got killed on some other street stuff. So yeah, this is like some basic hood stuff, you know, like I think I would be happier if I felt like someone killed Tupac for his politics, or somebody killed Tupac because he was getting too popular. But for him to get killed over a chain, a fight in the club, it's kind of like, so that's the first thing I noticed. The second thing I noticed is this is an old man. I mean, this in about 2 weeks we're going to be at the 30-year anniversary of this thing. And these gangsters, they become old men just like everybody else, right? This guy is now 63. He's having all the issues that a 63-year-old overweight black man has. But back then, he was somebody to really be feared. And now, right, it's coming back to bite him in the butt. I'd hate to see this guy spend the rest of his life in jail. I mean, if he did it, I think he should. But I'm just saying, I hate to see young gangbangers thinking that there's no repercussions for what they get into, right? 30 years later, I don't even know if this guy's associated with that gang anymore. 30 years later, he's about to go to jail for the rest of his life over what, a beating? This is an old guy. And even the witnesses, like the I don't know if you guys saw it yesterday, the girl who testified, the eyewitness who pulled up on the driver's side because they knew Suge. At the time, she was probably a real fox. Now she looks like a middle-aged, overweight black woman. And it's like these things have a tail on them. They have a tail. That's rough. I mean, this guy probably couldn't run a block, let alone, drive a block to shoot somebody now. Let's see what's going on. Yeah. So let me know what your questions are. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Do you think? Let me see here. Just making sure we don't miss anything. So anyway, when the live stream comes up, they're probably going to you're going to see movement in the courthouse, right? There's going to be the first witness won't be on the stand when the thing when it first starts. Yeah. I'm just looking. Nobody has it up yet. Okay. So yeah, so all of these people came into town for the fight, right? Tupac and Suge, they were in town for the fight. The eyewitness, she and her girlfriends had come into town for the fight. This guy, Keffe D, and his crew from Compton, they had all come into town for the fight. I don't know what it is that gangsters and mobsters, they love boxing matches, right? So this was a Mike Tyson boxing match. I had actually forgotten why they were there. I had forgotten. I couldn't remember why they were in Vegas, and until yesterday I remembered, they were there for the Mike Tyson. They were there for the Mike Tyson fight. Yeah, someone said he probably has grandkids. He probably does, right? He probably has some granddaughter who just thinks of him as Pop and doesn't understand, like, wait, this used to be you? This used to be your life? Apparently it did. Yeah, so this is life catches up with you. Life catches up with you. The other thing that they played, and I'm not sure why it was so bad, the quality of this recording was so bad, but they played portions of the recording that this guy, Keffe D, and his lawyer had arranged, that he could come in and talk to the detectives and that they could not use anything that he said against him. The quality of the recording was horrible. I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe it was a cassette tape. Maybe it was in somebody's pocket. I don't know. You would think that for a case of this magnitude, they would have cleaned up the audio, but apparently they didn't. You almost couldn't hear it. The problem is that his lawyer managed that part of the process, but what he did in the 30 years since, and it'll be 30 years in about 3 weeks, it'll be 30 years since this shooting happened. He takes it upon himself over the following 30 years to go to participate in documentaries, to participate in investigations, in interviews, to participate in podcasts where he's retelling the story and answering new questions, right? So that's why attorneys always tell their clients, say nothing. Because if you're just a hapless defendant and you go up against a professional prosecutor, a professional interviewer, a professional podcaster, they are going to get you to say things that you may not have wanted to say, or that your attorney may have told you not to say. They'll get you to fill in details and gaps that maybe you hadn't been asked before. And that's exactly what happened to this guy. Now the state of Nevada is using, because they can't use the conversation that the lawyer negotiated could not be prosecuted. Now they're piecing together what happened from public interviews, podcasts, and documentaries, because this guy would not stop running his mouth. So now how does the defense have to handle that? They have to say, well, wait a minute. We told you the truth in the interview and you can't use that. Anything else that he said, or any other time he said it, or all the details he added, that was just him exaggerating. He was a known liar. He was known to embellish the truth, to exaggerate. And they're saying he wasn't under oath. He was just lying to get paid to be a part of a documentary, or he was making, telling juicy stories to get invited onto a podcast or an interview, right? So this is why, as a defendant, just be quiet, right? Do what your lawyers say, be quiet. I'm sure however much money he made to be on those documentaries and tell whatever details are going to come out, I'm sure that money is gone. I'm sure that money was gone before that weekend. And now here he is without that money, and now he's facing jail. You have to be quiet. Let me check the feed. You have to be quiet. Uh-oh. Go.
They pulled over Keyshawn's first, then they pulled over mine.
Okay.
We, came together really.
Okay, so you're inside here, and when you leave, did you go out this way, or did you?
Come out this way.
Okay,
And now we're
exactly.
standing right here, this way you're standing right here, people out.
Okay.
You're making sure they go right though,
Okay.
because that is an illegal turn if you turn it up.
Okay, you said this individual was a police officer?
Yeah, he was tall, about 6'4", blonde hair, real tall, yeah. And he just waved the cars out. He waved about 50 cars up out of here. Yeah.
Did you see any policemen there in the parking lot, say, as you were leaving the museum, had the shooting already gone down, or was it until you actually walked a little ways inside the parking structure?
Yeah, when I was coming down the stairs,
Okay.
when I was there, seeing Biggie now.
Okay.
Later, they got on, and I was over here. We was talking about football, Keyshawn.
Oh, Keyshawn talking. That's right here, waiting for your cars?
Yeah.
Okay.
And boom, the crowd came around. It was fun.
How long were you standing there? When you exited that museum, how long a time span? From the time
About 10 minutes.
10 minutes when
About
you
10
saw people rushing in?
Yeah, it was about 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you see any policemen anywhere around, any LAPD?
Uniformed officers.
And uniformed officers when you came out?
Just trying to set up time, so we don't.
That's all I've seen was, that's what I've seen right here, the tall guy. And it was more, they was pulling up. They was coming real red, coming in. Coming, a whole lot of cops was coming.
Okay, people were rushing. Okay, 10 minutes between the time you exited and the time that people were running into the parking structure. Then how long from that time did it take you to finally get into your car and start pulling out?
I'll say about.
Just so you know, this is Fred Miller. He's the LAPD homicide. The shooting happened in Vegas. This is an LAPD homicide detective talking to Keffe D Davis about the Biggie Smalls shooting, and the conversation went here. So this is not even a part of the Tupac investigation.
It was running in. Biggie got killed. I'm like, Lord have mercy. You know, I had been at one of them before, and over there in Inglewood, and they made everybody spend the night at that hotel and interviewed everybody that was there.
Which hotel?
This was at the by the farm.
Oh, that shooting you're talking about?
Yeah, with the shooting in it. I was, that was kind of strange for him to be waving people out. So, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, okay, and feel free, again, if you need to talk to him, because I'll tell you, when I first got word that you were interested in talking to him, my advice naturally was, don't talk to the police. I won't hide it. I said, don't. But he insisted that he wants to
Get this over
and
with.
talk to you. So he's doing this on his own.
No,
I
I
said he wants to talk to you.
That's why
Yeah.
we had no
Yeah.
problem with you coming out with him.
Yeah.
It was just all.
Yeah, he
And I will check on that. He was everything. I don't know.
Yeah,
When you talk to
Yes, Sean Holmes.
Talk to Sean Holmes.
What did you talk about?
He said the FBI is all over me, man. I don't want you guys catching my heat. Stay away from me.
Who said this?
Yeah, Sean.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you this little C, did you talk to him?
For a few minutes.
I mean,
That's the person that slid the invitations. Sent me the invitation.
Oh, okay, you got the invitation from Little C?
Yeah, him and a manager.
A manager?
Him and a manager.
Okay.
He got
So
a lot of braids. You see him?
Oh, yeah.
Anywhere that started kept.
Right.
Yeah.
Said, Combs said FBI is all over me?
Yes.
That was
So with Little C was just hi and...
Yeah. He gave me the invitation. Him and the
This is
manager.
before you went in?
Before I went in.
Okay.
Then I went up there. They was drinking. Gave me a bottle. I started
Did
drinking.
you talk to Little C inside?
Huh?
Did you talk to Little C
Yeah, I talked to
inside?
him.
What did you guys talk about? I mean, you met before, right?
He just said, how you doing? Yeah, what you been doing?
How long had you known Sean and Little C before this event?
Maybe about a year.
A year? Where'd you
Couple
meet
of
him?
years. He had gave an after party at the Soul Train Award.
In what year?
That was
96?
one night did that guy get killed at the El Rey. What year was that? He got beat up.
at Clara Hall.
Oh,
Yeah, what year was that?
That was 94?
That was the year I met him. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Do you make the phone call?
No, yeah, okay, I'll make a phone call on my behalf.
Okay.
Man, thanks.
I appreciate it, Keith. I appreciate,
Because I'd like to talk to you again, and we'll call the
Thank you.
attorney, and you have no problem?
I ain't got no problem, man. We good.
Okay, I just go to tell them and run, let it go. Sure.
No call. Good, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, hello? Okay, hi, okay.
You was over too? You want another truck? Oh, okay.
Did you talk to the lady?
Okay.
She talked to me and she said that morning, I'm in the death penalty case. So I have no time whatsoever. Friday, today, we had asked as far as that.
Which one?
But, I told you, I can't see it on maybe.
No.
Is the only difference that you have. All they will just forget that money and go. Otherwise, you just give me a will. But I'll talk to you later. Yes, I'm at the police department, so I'll get back to you.
Well, that's not what you're driving.
Go on the way you're taking, right?
This is still the live feed. You guys are hearing courtroom background noise.
All right, who's your next witness?
Thomas Kern.
So the prosecution is calling its next witness Thomas somebody. And this is the defendant, just an old man.
Do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name is Kern, Kern.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how are you currently employed?
I work for Customs and Border Protection at the Chicago Laboratory as a lead fingerprint examiner.
I'm going to take you back 30 years ago.
Okay.
30 years ago, what were you doing for a living?
I had just started here as a crime scene analyst. I was in my first year.
What does a crime scene analyst for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department do?
Basically, it's a response to like crime scenes to recover evidence that was potentially left behind during the incident. Things like burglaries, we would go look for fingerprint evidence, maybe sometimes broken glass, those sort of things, and we would collect that from the scene and bring it back to the lab for potential use later.
Did you have a field training officer on September 7th or September 13th, I guess it is, of 1996?
I did.
And who was that?
David Lemaster, that's Lemaster.
Do crime scene analysts respond to the coroner's office for autopsies to document the body and collect any evidence that the doctor pulls out during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
And were you present at the autopsy with Dave Lemaster for the autopsy of Tupac Shakur?
I was.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to start with state proposed exhibits 44 to it's like 56 there. Just want you to flip through those.
exhibits 44 through 54, are those all depictions of Mr. Shakur, well, his body bag, as well as Mr. Shakur during the course of the autopsy, documenting both tattoos and injuries to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, sir.
And then 55 and 56, it is two sides, I'll say, of what looks like a bullet and a fragment that was removed from his body at time of autopsy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 128. From looking at that, does that appear to be an impound done by Dave LeMaster from the autopsy of Mr. Shakur in September of 1996?
It is.
And flip it over here. Why don't you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how evidence is collected?
So this is a typical evidence collection bag, and on the front there's information that you would complete and fill out that would be relevant to the investigation you're working on. So I know that this is David's paperwork. We are assigned a personnel number when we start the job, and David's personnel number was 4243 as his first initial, last initial, and that's about here in the center of this information. When we collect the evidence, we're supposed to put a seal on the reverse, and the seal has to remain intact throughout the investigation. That also has David's initial and personnel number and the date that was collected.
And so it appears that nobody's opened this since David impounded it 30 years ago.
That's correct.
Judge, I offer 44 through 56 and 128.
Any objection? They will be admitted.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Sampson.
I have no cross.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a good day. You are excused, Mr. Quinn. Let's see, who's your next witness?
Dr. Lisa Gavin.
Okay.
Lisa Gavin.
While Dr. Lisa is being sworn in, I'll tell you this. It is rare for the judge to ask the jury, do they have any questions at the time the witness is testifying? What you just saw that guy do is he authenticated the evidence so that it could be admitted and refreshed his recollection sort of at the same time, which is standard. You have to do that before evidence can be admitted. This is another doctor. She's being sworn in. We'll hear her name in a minute.
Be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Lisa Gavin, Lisagavin.
Thank you, Dr. Gavin. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Doctor, how are you employed?
I'm a forensic pathologist, medical examiner here in Clark County.
What does that mean you do for a living?
We determine the cause of death and the manner of death and sudden unexpected deaths.
And in order to hold the position that you do with the coroner's office, do you have certain education, training, and background?
Yes.
And explain that to ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I went to medical school at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine. I did a pathology residency at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a surgical pathology fellowship at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a forensic pathology fellowship in the Office of the Medical Investigator in New Mexico, and then I came here to Clark County. I have a medical license to practice here in the state of Nevada, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
How long overall have you been a forensic pathologist?
This September it'll be about 17 years practicing here.
So I'm going to guess that 30 years ago you were not at the autopsy of Tupac Shakur.
No, I was in medical school.
Have you in the past had to come in and testify to your opinions as to cause and manner of death in cases where you weren't the actual examiner at the table?
Yes.
Explain why that would happen.
We have people that have retired. We have doctors that have died. We have doctors that have gone to other locations in the country.
So when you are asked to review, what is it that you get to review in order to form your opinions and conclusions?
Most often it would be the investigation report from our office. It would be the autopsy report from the forensic pathologist that did the case. It could be photographs associated with the case, could be medical records associated with the case, could be any consultations or the like associated with the case.
In this particular case, do you know who the examiner was?
Yes,
Who was it?
it was Dr. Jordan.
Dr. Jordan is no longer with us, correct?
Correct, Dr. Jordan had passed away.
In addition to what the medical examiner's office had, did you also get a copy of the photographs taken by crime scene analysts during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
And did you utilize those as well to render your opinions?
Yes.
I'm going to start with what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 44. Now, as long as you don't click that mouse, there should be a nice little arrow that comes up and you can point to it. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 44?
In the background is a green body bag, and the way that we sealed the body bag to preserve the body as evidence is we put this little blue tag through the eyelets of the zippers as they come together to demonstrate that the body was received, placed into that sealed body bag, and then received in the office with that seal intact at that time. Similarly, we also attached onto that area what will become the toe tag, the identifying marker for that particular body, that particular individual.
And if I zoom in on that, we're able to see that the name was Lassane Crooks, aka Tupac Shakur, date of death 9/13/96 at approximately 1600 or 4 p.m.
That's correct.
So he was alive in the hospital for a week before he died, it looks like.
Body bag, and then one of the first photos that was taken at the time that the body bag was opened, demonstrating the decedent and the condition that he was received in and the body bag.
And from reviewing the medical records that were part of the coroner's office file, did it appear that Mr. Shakur had survived his wounds for some period of time?
Yes.
And a lot of what we see on these photographs are evidence of medical intervention?
That's correct.
046. This is a facial shot. I know there's a ruler in the way, but this is a facial shot of Mr. Shakur.
Oh, that's correct.
And then we're not going to display all of his tattoos, but there were photographs taken, this is 47, to identify his various tattoos.
Correct.
So you can see on his right stomach there that says thug. And then if we go to 48, on the other side it says life. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now I want to get to his injuries. And I'm going to start with, well, I'll start with 49. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side of the body up by the chest area. You can see the right axilla or armpit in that region. And then you could see some of the sutures of what they call a thoracotomy incision, where they've cut into the side of the chest. And then just below that, this is an entrance gunshot wound.
And then just below that thoracotomy chest, there appears to be a stitched up area. Move my mouse too, right there. What is that?
That's a sutured chest tube site.
So he had a tube there to help drain some of what was going on in his body.
Correct. And in the previous one that had all the medical intervention, you could see from the left side there was a similar chest tube on that left side.
From your review, were you able to determine sort of the path of this particular bullet?
Yes.
And what was that?
It entered here in the right lateral aspect of the chest, just below the axilla, the armpit, and then went across the right chest space, went across the right lung, and then ended up coming to rest in what we call the sternal notch. The sternal notch is a location just between where your collarbones kind of meet up towards the center of your chest. So just beneath that, the projectile was recovered.
The nature of that type of wound, what did it physically do to him, his ability to breathe and those types of things?
So the injury to the lung would have collapsed the lung and also caused the lung to bleed. And so it was documented within the medical records that he had about 2 liters of blood in his chest cavity when they put in the chest tube to try to save him. And similarly, they ended up removing that lung to try to save him and kind of clamp off the bleeding. And then it already had multiple episodes of not becoming responsive, so he wasn't able to breathe. He was bleeding out in that area from that injury.
Additionally, I guess I should have asked this when I was back on some of the prior pictures. We're going to see a lot of pictures, or we have seen some pictures of Mr. Shakur while he's alive. We're going to see some video of him alive. He certainly looks a lot skinnier in those pictures than he does in these pictures. Is there a reason why he's so bloated in these photographs?
After they've been on the life support system, you end up not being able to circulate the fluid in the body that they're trying to give you, and so it kind of seeps into the tissues, and it makes your tissues look kind of bloated and literally bloated.
I'm going to move on to his next wound, State's Exhibit number 51. What are we looking at here?
This is the right lateral aspect of his body, so his right flank and his lateral aspect of his right thigh. And then his backside of his right hand is also within this picture.
The ruler, though, is identifying what?
The ruler is around the right lateral aspect of his thigh, so the right thigh on the lateral side.
And what is that?
And that's an entrance gunshot wound.
And can you tell me the path that bullet took?
Yes.
And go ahead.
That bullet entered in the lateral aspect of the right thigh and then went upwards into the abdomen and damaged his intestines. They ended up operating there and removed a portion of his intestines, and then during that surgery they recovered another projectile.
State's Exhibit number 52, and you can see it in 51, but now the ruler is on, oops, try that again. Now the ruler is on that lower mark. Describe that for us.
This is like the lateral aspect of his body, or his right flank. And this wound does not penetrate into the body, but it kind of causes this deeper abrasion in this area. So this could be from like a spent projectile that might have hit something else and then hit his body, so it lost its momentum to be able to penetrate into his body further. So it kind of hit this area and created this wound on the side of his body.
Were there evidence within the medical records that Mr. Shakur had received bullet wounds sometime prior to the injuries that caused his death?
He had some scars in other areas of his body that were suggestive of that.
State's Exhibit number 53. What are we looking at?
This is the back of his right hand, and on the ring finger he has an entrance gunshot wound. This path goes through the hand and goes through that finger and then fractures that bone right by the ring finger area.
And then 54, 054. What are we looking at?
This is the exit aspect of that wound that we saw the entrance to on the back of the hand, and it kind of exits out the underside and partly in the webbing between those fingers.
Now, you mentioned that during the surgery, UMC would have recovered one bullet, and then autopsy, another bullet was recovered?
That's correct.
So, as it relates to the autopsy, showing you State's Exhibit number 55. What are we looking at here?
This is the projector.
So I just want to jump in here and make sure that you guys understand what you're seeing. And even though I'm stopping it, we're not going to lose time because you're going to find that the court itself is going to stop this hearing multiple times. So we'll catch up. But a lot of people think that court is like some big theatrical moment, right? The gotcha moment. But as you can see, this is really slow, really painstaking. A lot of people who sit through trials are really surprised at how dull they are, right? So we're only in the first hour of the second day, and the prosecution is already up to Exhibit 55, and they have to do this process for every single piece of evidence. And everybody in the courtroom knows all of this information already except the juror. So they're having to do all of this for the jury. It is painstaking. It takes a long time. They've already done this 55 times. I would say they've probably done 20 minutes of actual testimony, and the rest of the time has been on stuff like this. This is what people don't know about real trials.
After reviewing all of those records, do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
And what is that?
He died of gunshot wounds of chest and abdomen.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
When a medical examiner uses the term homicide, what does that mean?
The simplest form is death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sanford.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Gavin, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Just a couple questions. Your testimony here today revolves really around your review of the record that was laid out 30 years ago.
Yes, that's correct.
And so, fair to say, of course, that keeping records would be very important in your line of work.
Yes.
In the event that in the future, something that you do while you're on vacation somewhere in the Bahamas could be testified to by another doctor.
That's correct.
Now, with regards to the records that you saw here, and is it Dr. Jordan, was there anything missing in your review of those records in terms of record keeping or anything like that?
No, but we only took a few photos at the time of autopsy. At that time, they used Polaroids or they used film and cameras. And so we had few photos of the body itself. And so consequently, the crime scene analyst photos were helpful for being able to come to determination in addition to the reports.
Right. So the way we're able to explain it to the jury today is that you reviewed the record as well as any photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy.
That's correct.
Okay. And once again, going back again to my original question, though, is that was there anything at all in review of Dr. Jordan's records or record keeping that would have indicated to you something that should have been done differently with regard to Dr. Jordan's work?
No, nothing that I could see in my review.
Okay, and fair enough to say, though, that you're not really there to critique his work as much as it is to relay what you read in the record to a jury like the people that we have here today.
That's fair.
And once again, a critical review of someone's record is a little bit different compared to just reading what was done and then relaying that to a jury.
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference?
I think the scrutiny that you can utilize in those kind of details may be something that becomes relevant for a particular case.
Right. So, for instance, if there was some issue, some dispute over whether or not he was given adequate medical treatment, that would be something for another day, for another topic, and another type of review, right?
That would be for somebody that actually does treatment of bodies. I'm a forensic pathologist, so I'm a medical examiner, so I review people after they've died. So that would be treatment related to whomever does that type of treatment.
Now, would you have been able to do this type of review if Dr. Jordan had not kept an adequate record of his efforts?
It depends on what you have available for review.
Say, for instance, there's no record at all. He doesn't do a record, he does some work, but you don't have anything other than maybe the pictures in this case. Would that be enough of a review for you?
Photographs can be very helpful in terms of determining what happened to the body, and then in terms of where the locations of injuries are, based on my knowledge of anatomy in the body, I can definitely generate opinions based on that.
Sure, but with regards to, say, his work in general, outside of the fact that you could point out location of where there's entry and exit wounds, for instance, from a bullet, outside of that, would you be able to tell this jury exactly what Dr. Jordan had done with regard to his autopsy?
What he did for his exact procedures, no.
Okay. And in the event that you don't even have that, say, for instance, you're coming in here today, and the question is, well, did Tupac Shakur die of bullet wounds? Would that be something that you could just tell a jury like this without even looking at a record or photographs?
We would need some kind of record in order for me to be able to generate an opinion, or some kind of photographs for me to be able to generate an opinion.
And fair to say then, once again, that in your line of work, record keeping, record writing is critical to maintain the integrity of what you do as a coroner.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. DeGiacomo?
Man, Mr. Sam suggested, I just want to make it clear, you're not regurgitating Dr. Jordan's opinions. You've formulated your own opinions as the cause and manner of death.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So what's happening here is that the defense attorney, remember, a big part of their theory of the case is that there's no, the records were not kept well enough to rely on them now.
Documentation as well as the other documentation that I talked about, which was medical records as well as photographs.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have one more that we're waiting for.
The jury has a question for the witness.
I have the parties approach.
So the feed has gone mute, and let me just tell you guys what you're looking at. So the Nevada court has allowed Law and Crime to feed this out to any channel that wants to stream this. I applied for the ability to stream it, which I'm doing. Everybody that you see watching this is watching the Law and Crime feed, even if they have the logo, covered in the back. I have not muted this channel. By agreement with the court, Law and Crime has muted.
All right, Dr. Gavin, we have a few questions from our jurors. Were there any wounds to the head that you or Dr. Jordan observed or noted?
No, there were not.
And then, were all the bullets found of the same caliber?
I don't know what the caliber of the other bullet was, the one recovered at surgery.
Okay, state any follow-up based on those questions.
Do you even know what the caliber of the bullet was that was covered in autopsy?
No, I don't know this caliber.
Is that something that is not in your realm of determination?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam?
Doctor, I'm assuming you're probably going to say I don't know, but are you aware that if any Metropolitan Police officer or expert came forward to take a look at those fragments that we're looking at now, or any other fragments that were recovered from the body?
No, I don't know.
You don't know that?
I don't know whether or not somebody did that.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for being with us, Dr. Gavin. You are excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the defense's whole theory was that the records are not good. Tell me, do you think that he proved that point? He was trying to get her to say that she had to rely on records that just were no longer there, and that she couldn't give with certainty what the original doctor's opinions were. What do you guys think? Did she get it?
I apologize, I don't know his name, but he is the custodian of records for MGM Surveillance.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Michael Ingram, Michael Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Jackman, whenever you're ready.
Sir, how are you employed?
I work as an investigator for MGM Resorts.
What area at MGM Resorts do you have a certain job responsibility?
I have responsibility over surveillance and security surveillance and investigations.
Were you requested to come here to authenticate some video that was collected well back in 1996 from the MGM?
Yes, I was.
And have you had a chance to see any of that surveillance?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did MGM keep a copy as well?
Yes, they have.
Okay, so you reviewed that?
Yes.
Judge, I have in my hand stage proposed exhibit number 115, which is that video I'd offer.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be admitted.
So I have 3 different camera views, more than 3 different files, I'll call it, that we're going to talk about. But back in 1996, can you describe the type of surveillance system we're looking at? Like, how is it, what medium was it originally recorded on?
At that time, it was recorded on VHS.
And did MGM reuse tapes every so often?
Yes.
And so when you reuse tape, did you lose quality each time you kind of reused it over and over again?
Yes, the quality deteriorated.
So unlike today that's digital, some of these views that we're going to watch, it's going to be pretty hard to facially identify anybody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I want to start with I just mark next to the order.
I need to switch it over.
I know, I just remember from the top or the bottom. There's 2 blues. Oh, this one? Yes, this one's over. There you go.
It doesn't work that way. They require.
Alright. I'm going to show you the stage proposed exhibit number 144. You recognize what that is?
Yes, that's the MGM Grand.
Is that currently the way the MGM Grand looks?
The general layout of the casino or the hotel, yes, it's the names have changed and stuff, but
Okay.
the property is the same.
So we don't know if this is from 1996 or if it's from 2002, 2010, when in the last 30 years, but generally the layout's been the same.
Correct.
I'll put this up, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Your Honor, if I could,
Oh, I'll move to bit 144.
before we move to admit, can I just ask a couple more questions of this witness with regards to this particular?
You'd like to order on this issue?
Yes.
You may.
Sir, with regards to the photograph that's been marked as proposed state exhibit 144, can you tell me if you can read the locations that are on that particular map?
I can read most of them. There's one that's a little fuzzy to me.
Sure. And in terms of your review of the surveillance video from the MGM, fair to say that what we're about to see would indicate where the camera location was, including the name of the area that would correlate with what you have out there on the map?
As a general rule, yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll have no further questions.
Any objection then to
No
the
objection.
admission of it? It'll be admitted. State, you may proceed.
There's 2 areas on this I want to talk to you about before we show the video. Maybe more than that. Generally speaking, events like the Tyson-Selden fight, where would that have occurred at?
The MGM Grand Garden, which is located at the top of the screen.
Up here. Okay. We have an elevator view that
that we're going to see, where is that located on this?
There's, in the middle of the screen, there's 3 small boxes. Those,
Right here?
yes, those are the elevator core for the MGM grant.
And then if there's a camera that's going to say food court, that's kind of walking, that's looking down a long hallway, which hallway are we looking at?
The white box, yeah, you're going to be following that basically to the Grand Garden Arena.
So when you come out of this box, you can either come down here or across the casino, essentially.
Correct.
So now I'm going to start with, if we can go back to me. I'll pause it here for just a second. This says food court promenade. So I'm just going to hold it up for the jury. Do you know anywhere where we are along this white corridor? Or could it be anywhere on that white corridor?
Specifically, I couldn't tell you exactly where along that corridor you are, but you're along that corridor.
Okay. I'm going to stop it. Oh, maybe a little farther. This person right here, we're going to see in some of our other videos, wearing a Dan Marino Miami Dolphins jersey. You probably know that, but for ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's the person that we're trying to follow. Is that accurate? Or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. Now we have another camera view of this long hallway. From this, can you tell generally where in that hallway it is, or once again, we're just somewhere on that white hallway?
Somewhere along that white hallway.
And, oh, he just flashed.
That.
So let me stop it here. On these VHS tapes, cameras would flash between different hallways.
That technology was in effect during that time frame.
Called multiplex back in those days?
Correct.
So sometimes we jump from camera view to camera view, trying to capture what we're trying to capture.
Correct.
We can see the 13 on this jersey right here, with the gentleman walking behind him. Now I'm going to take you to 115B. I don't know why it did that. Alright, we're going to use a different program so we don't watch it sideways. And I'll turn my volume off because there's no volume. Now this is that elevator core that we saw. Let me switch over to me.
You mean the dot cam?
Yeah. So as opposed to those other views that were somewhere in here, now we're down in the middle of these 4, and there's a tree in the middle of these 4.
Right.
Is that tree still there?
No.
And unlike the other camera, this one is a movable camera that goes back and forth.
Correct.
Go back to you.
Yeah. So this one starts at 2043 or so, and I'm going to jump forward to about 2047. This is just people walking through that elevator area, correct?
Correct.
Close enough. We'll start at 2046-33.
The suspense is killing me. Like, what's about to happen? Oh.
Stop it just here for a second to orient everybody. So the camera, is it being operated manually by a cameraman so he can stop it on something that he's looking at?
He can stop it at a location, but that movement that you saw was just the camera in rotation, just scanning the area.
But if it now stops and focuses on someone, there's someone in the control room that is able to stop and go, hey, something's going on. And
Yes.
okay.
I don't know. Was that little beatdown worth killing somebody over? Worth going to jail for the rest of your life?
The gentlemen in white shirts, are they security guards, and the gentlemen in tan shirts, Metro Police?
Yes, sir.
So the prosecution story is that Keffe D's nephew got beaten up in the MGM Grand, and when he heard about it, he rounded up all the people to get in the white Cadillac to go find the shooters, to find the people who beat up his nephew, which was Death Row.
Pause it there for a second. Once again, it appears that the victim of the beating was wearing that 13 Merino shirt.
Yes, sir.
So the reason they beat this guy up is because he was accused of, the guy in the Dan Marino jersey. He was accused of stealing somebody's chain from Death Row Records a couple weeks before. The fight just ended, and they ran into him in the lobby. And the person whose chain got stolen said that's the guy that did it, and so they beat him up. There's no sound playing in the feed right now. This is just footage from the lobby of the hotel. So basically what this comes down to, it's not even like a hip hop feud or a rap feud or East Coast versus West Coast. This guy that just got beat up, someone said that he had stolen their chain and medallion a couple weeks before. They see him at this fight, and then they decide, well, we got to beat him up. And then his uncle Keffe D finds out that he got beat up, and then he's like, well, we got to go find them and take care of them. They get a gun, get in the car, and go look for the people that just beat this guy up. I feel like Tupac's life was worth more than this. You guys tell me in the chat, was that worth running them down and opening fire into the car, allegedly, if that's the prosecution's theory? Was this beat down? Should they have followed him in a car with guns? Should they have followed them in a car with guns for that beat down?
Stuff is about 2055 or so. And then our final view may seem somewhat obvious, but I'm going to give you this when you watch the cameras. after we're done, I'm gonna ask you generally where those people that we see, leaving the area of the elevator after the fight, where they go. This is 115C. So is that the main casino floor outside the elevators?
Correct.
There's Tupac and Suge. There's no audio playing right now from the feed, but this just goes to show you how 2 or 3 guys can disrupt the entire establishment. They're literally running through the MGM Grand, one of the biggest hotels in Vegas at the time. And they've totally destroyed and overtaken the entire environment.
The Lion entrance?
Is that anywhere near the ballet?
That's the. I'm sorry, I was confused. Out to the hotel registration area and then out to the Porte Cochere.
And do you know whether or not back in '96 there was a ballet there or not?
Yeah, no, I don't know if there was an exact ballet or what it was called at the time.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Smith, cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. Sir, you are an investigator with the MGM, correct?
MGM Resorts, the whole company.
So it would be MGM as well as the other properties that are on the ship?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're more than just yourself doing the investigations?
Correct.
Okay. May I have that document? May I approach on it?
Yeah.
I'm going to publish this again for the jury. State's Exhibit number 44. All right. Couple questions. As the investigator, or a investigator, how long have you been doing that line of work for?
14 years.
Did you have any previous law enforcement experience before you became an investigator for MGM?
No.
And then with regards to your training as an investigator for the MGM, are you trained in how to do an investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be something that would be not necessarily law enforcement, but it would just be to protect the properties that MGM owns?
Yes.
Okay. So with regards to the training that you have, is one of the things that you do in terms of training, learning how to write proper reports?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us why that's important?
Documentation for future reference. You're time stamping an event in that moment that you are investigating it.
And fair to say that with regards to report writing, it helps you later refresh your recollection if you're ever unlucky enough to be sitting in this chair facing towards these people, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, you were asked to retrieve this video that was what we've all seen right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to write a report for that?
No.
Now, you had shared with us earlier that you had reviewed the videos. Anything about the review of the videos that would have required you to put it into a report?
No.
Okay. And you were going to, I must have cut you off. You were going to say something. Did you want to finish?
I did not, like you said that I provided this video.
Yes.
I did not provide this video.
Okay, so, and once again, we want to make sure that we're accurate, right? So what is your role in this whole thing and what you did here?
The video that we all reviewed, to be able to say that it's MGM Grand's video, that's MGM Grand's location, and whatever you guys want to talk about inside of the video.
Right. So in terms of you verifying it, was it just you looking at the video and saying, yes, that's the casino floor of the MGM?
Yes.
In terms of the date and time, for instance, you're just relying on what's date stamped and timed on the actual video that you watched, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any other way of verifying any of the time and date in this case outside of what's time stamped on the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's not a trick question. I just want to make sure it's like, yeah, you're good. But in terms of the case itself, was there an internal number that was assigned by the MGM property specifically as to this event in September of 1996?
I don't know that answer.
So when you were asked to review the videos, do you know if there were any reports that were written by MGM Security or MGM investigators like yourself on September 7th, 1996 with regard to this event?
I don't know that answer.
Now, in addition to that, you were asked to look through the video. Were you ever asked to locate anyone based upon the video that you saw in this case?
No.
All right. And the way the surveillance worked back then, right? I'm assuming you weren't. That was 14 years ago, so that would have been. You were there in 2012.
Technically, I got hired in 2010. 2010.
All right. So this is another. Take a step back. Another 14 years prior to you working there. We heard testimony that the recording system was all VHS based.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, right? So you have a control room, I'm assuming, with all these monitors that are on there.
Yes, sir.
And there's multiple people that are probably looking at different quadrants or areas of the casino.
They're looking at different monitors, yes, sir.
Okay, and some of them are concerned with, like, say, cheating on the tables and that kind of thing, right?
That is a different team altogether.
I see.
You have your security team and you have your gaming surveillance team.
I see. So as a security team, you're just tasked with safety on the premises.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this case, when those cameras are going around, they're going around automatically until such time as somebody in the control room looks and says, oh, there's something going on right here, and then manually focuses the camera over there.
Some of the cameras, yes.
Okay. And even if the person in the room is not seeing it, sometimes you'll get a call from security saying, hey, we've got a situation over by the elevator banks, and then that would draw someone's attention to that monitor and move the camera over to that area.
Yes, sir.
Now, is the person that's operating the camera at that point in direct contact with the security team that is down below, like in this case, in the elevator area?
Yes, sir.
So they would be communicating back and forth about whatever it is that would be going on that would be helpful for everybody to know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you have obviously a lot of people on the property.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you're too young for this, but I mean, this was fight night, right? Mike Tyson against Bruce Seldon.
Yes, sir.
Is that typical? Like, is that a typical amount of people on the MGM property?
In my experience, yes, that's a typical of fight night that you would have.
Right. So nowadays it's UFC or some type of championship thing with somebody, I don't know. But once again, championship level sort of thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Not an everyday.
Not an everyday thing.
All right. And obviously there's a ton of people that are there. We see at some point the group that attacked the individual run.
Yes,
and
sir.
they run out of the area. And I want to make sure the jury understands. So going back here to State's Exhibit number 144, the area where the attack happens is right here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is right next to it. It just says elevator core, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we talked a little bit about where they exited, and you had mentioned somewhere, but I just want to make sure I'm clear as to where that would have been. Can you tell the jury where they exited?
From what I observed, it.
Sir, just to let you know, you could actually take that mouse that's right there and just move it around.
Yeah, when he's on the dock cam.
They
Right, Donna pointed out.
Usually they can, but
All right. Just go ahead and just describe it, and I'll just point it out.
He appears to have traveled initially after the altercation. He appears to travel north up into the casino area, around that area, and then from the description, it looks like he comes back south and then turns to the
Approach that screen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, please. Could you just...
Just talk louder while you're over there.
you can get up and just point it out on that big screen if you want.
Sorry about that. I should have done that.
The altercation occurs in the elevator core. It appears that he travels up through this location on the casino floor, and then turns here and then comes back down. And it appears that he goes. I would have to watch it again. I'm a little confused on the exact route. There's only two routes. You either went out the Port of Fisher or went out the Lion entrance. But I'd have to watch it one more time to be able to confirm that.
If we could ask the state to be so kind as to replay that particular video back for the witness.
She needs to put it back on me.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And once again, this would be 115C as in Charlie.
There's no audio playing from the feed right now. This is just footage from the MGM Grand security cameras.
Let's show this to the jury then. Put this back up if you want to go on.
Yes, sir.
Leave that away from me for a second. Showing you again States Exhibit 44. Can you explain to the jury the path that was taken?
Initially, it starts in the elevator core. They exit the elevator core. They enter the casino floor. They come down. They pass the cage. They pass the Emerald City, and then they're out the line entrance.
All right, and for the record, the line entrance is on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, with regards to how we're able to determine this, obviously it's, we're looking at this particular map here, and there's names of certain parts on here. Did that help you in terms of seeing where the camera locations were?
Yes.
As well as just looking and seeing that there was a casino cage and there was, you know, you were able to determine just based upon that where everything was?
Correct.
Okay. Now, looking at the map again as well, can you point out for us the number of cafes that's located on the property? Would reading the actual thing help you?
Yes, I think it would have. You want the number of cafes, sir?
Yeah, just tell me how many cafes are on the map.
One, two, three.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm the coach.
Oh, of course. You may move freely.
Thank you. Showing you again for the jury 144. If you can just get up and point to the map in terms of where the cafes are on property in 1996 for us, please.
Got the Coyote Cafe, the studio, I'm not sure, coffee shop, and I believe this is also a gourmet coffee stand.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, in terms of the number of people moving through the casino, obviously very excited in terms of who they think is going through the casino. Would that have been something that would have been unnoticed by anyone?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Seems like a weird question, right? But the idea behind it is that there are so many people moving through that casino. Is MGM built in such a way where you wouldn't notice that, the noise or the bustle or anything like that?
Yes.
It is
You
built that
wouldn't,
way?
no, you wouldn't notice it.
And in terms of the number of people that are going through there at that particular time, you have camera angles, right? And they're showing us where these people are going, right?
Yes.
So outside of the casino, going back down here to the bottom of 144, were there any camera angles out here in the line entrance to help us see where the individuals left and what direction they went to?
Not that I'm aware of.
And fair enough that there is actually cameras that are outside the property as well to protect the MGM property, right?
Generally, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was at this time.
Sure, and I'm not trying to pin you down, but the idea behind it would be, even now, for instance, there would be surveillance cameras to help protect the property.
Correct.
Now, directing your attention over here to, you had mentioned this before, what is this called here?
The Porta Cashier?
Okay, what is that?
It's a drop-off, pickup, a taxi line, limo service. It's basically everything for the guests arriving to the property.
arrive and leaving at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And fair enough, once again, there should have been or would have been cameras as far as you would believe in the hotel registration area as well as this Porta Sure.
Porta Cashier, yes, sir.
Thank you, Cashier. There would have been cameras there, at least now there are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you know what MGM's policy is with regards to events that occur on property where police officers request video surveillance to be captured?
Yes, I know the policy.
Okay, what is the policy?
The policy when police request video is they submit a what we call an admin subpoena with the date, time, and kind of information that they're requesting, and then a member of either security surveillance or gaming surveillance will put that video onto a portable drive of some sort and provide it to the police.
Right. And with regards to that video surveillance, is it the entire property?
No.
Okay. What typically is requested of the police officers, and what's typically protected or is saved by MGM?
Situations dictate, but whatever they're initially requesting, if they're looking for a physical altercation, that's what they're going to get, is the physical altercation. We don't provide, a 24-hour movement of the persons. It depends on what they're requesting.
Right. So in this particular regard, you have an individual dressed in a Dan Marino jersey that at some point leaves the elevator area. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you know if there was ever a request to follow that individual through the casino and maybe off the casino premises just because he had been involved in an altercation with some other people?
I'm not aware of any request.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Redirect, Mr. Duffel.
You mentioned one, you didn't know if this was 1996 or not, correct?
Correct.
You also said you weren't sure whether or not there was a report written by security.
Correct.
Let me show you. Does that document generally look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that indicates the accuracy of the times on the, generally speaking, on the video that we have.
Yes, sir.
And I want to read that description to yourself.
So what he's doing right now is he's refreshing the witness's recollection, and that's usually done in silence by showing the witness whatever you're trying to refresh, and then they testify to it.
Reading that, are you comfortable that the Coyote Cafe was present in 1996?
Yes.
And the report, does it indicate that Orlando Anderson was trying to, this person in the 13 was attempting to push past security into this cafe when he was attacked?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Any recross based on that, Mr. Samft?
And I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your last name.
Ingram.
Ingram. Mr. Ingram, the report that you just read, did you author that report?
No.
Now, in terms of the report, fair to say the report is basically reflecting what's found on the videos that's been provided by the state.
I'm sorry, I lost track. What?
The videos that we watched earlier, is that what's in the report?
Yes.
So in essence, the jury can see the report for them, or see the videos for themselves to determine what was happening in terms of actions and what people did, right?
I don't know if that's completely accurate. There are things that are in report that are written by like eyewitness that you can't see on video.
Sure. Now, the report itself, do you know who wrote it?
I do not.
Do you know if that person had the same training and experience that you have here today talking to this jury?
I do not.
And in terms of the report itself, is it a standard report that would have been drafted back in those days?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there would have been somebody who would have supervised that report, I would assume, and reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who it is in this document?
Who the supervisor?
The supervisor is.
I don't know who the manager at the time was.
All right. Once again, not you. You were 12, right? Okay.
Yeah, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just briefly. Mr. Sam said that only what was seen on the video is in this report, but there's actually a description of what what the person in number 13 was doing before we could see it in video, if you read the first.
Yes, he... Yes, sir.
This is a document that appears to be authored by somebody who was present and confronting Mr. Anderson from security as he was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe when he was attacked, and then we see on video kind of the remnants of that attack, but not the beginning of it, correct?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm just going to object to that question.
Well, if you open the door with that question by
Leading?
saying,
What's your response on leading?
oh, as the leading? Okay. Read the first 4 lines of the report. I'll rephrase my
Okay, so it's sustained. You may rephrase.
Read the beginning of the report.
On Sunday, August 7th, 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers.
Your Honor, at this particular point, I'm going to object as this is hearsay, and there's no exception to this particular statement being brought here.
Okay, your response on that one?
2 things. 1, he opened the door by claiming this report only says it's that. 2, it's a report generated at the time by the person who witnessed it, and it is a record of the MGM from MGM in 1996, all of which would qualify for admissibility.
Your Honor, maybe a question.
Sure.
Okay, so by agreement, Law and Crime has now muted the feed so that we can't hear what they're talking to the judge about. Basically, what they're disputing is whether or not this witness is allowed to bring in or explain this piece of evidence. And the defense is objecting, and the prosecution is saying that by the questions you asked, you basically waived your right to declare that this is hearsay. So they're taking this up with the judge, and right now what the judge is going to do is decide whether or not this witness is the right person and can bring in the information from this report. Remember that the defense's one of their biggest defenses is that the records can't be relied upon and all the original record creators are gone.
All right, overruled. This statement is not being offered for its truth. Instead, it's being offered to rebut the idea that the only thing that the report contains is viewable on the video, and the jury is to consider it for such.
If you could just, I guess, start over. Start at the beginning there and stop at the point you get to this person in the jersey getting attacked.
On Sunday, August 7th of 1996 at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers. Chelsea, I can't read the first name, Muniz Roberts, at the North Key checkpoint by Coyote Cafe. The unidentified BMA was questioned by myself and Officer. Your screen went black.
Oh, sorry. I love technology.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, maybe approach again while Mr. Giacomo was working on technology.
With Mr. Claus? Okay.
Yes.
So I'll just say this again. They're at sidebar, which is muted. Let's see. Hold on.
Go ahead. I think you were at officers whose name you couldn't quite figure out.
The unidentified BNL was questioned by myself and Officer Gamba on the side of Coyote Cafe. The BMA was very uncooperative on answering our questions. While questioning the BMA, he continually kept looking over his shoulder towards the North Key checkpoint. It was seconds thereafter when I noticed a large group of BMAs force their way through the North Key checkpoint. The large group of BMAs, approximately 20, were running right in our directions. As they got close to, close to the BMA that was being questioned, started to run south towards the elevator core. Around 5 or 6 BMAs from the group caught up with the single BMA, grabbed him, punched him, and knocked him to the.
That's probably far enough. Okay. Thank you, sir. I have no more questions.
Okay, Mr. Sam, anything else based on that? I guess that'd be recross.
No, Your Honor, but with regards to my discussions with the state, I'm going to move for the admission of that particular page that was read into the record.
Any objection by the state?
I don't. There's a second page. You want to read it all first and then make a decision? Is it the first page or both pages? Is it the second page?
At least page 1 will be admitted. Page 2 is still up in the air. But would that be next in line for the state, or do you want it as defense exhibit, Mr. Sampson?
This will be defense exhibit B, Your Honor.
Okay, so that'll be admitted as defense exhibit B. We'll hold tight to see if you want 1 or 2 pages. How many pages?
Potentially 2, but right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let my clerk know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So nothing further?
Nothing further there.
Any questions from the jury for Mr. Ingram? We do have at least one. Okay, can I have the parties approach?
And by the way, when they're saying BMA, there's black male adult. So when they say they saw 20 BMAs, 20 black male adults. And now they're about to take a question or two from the jury. Questions from the jury are great because they let you know mid-trial where the jury is getting hung up so that you can course correct at the, afterwards. It's rare, but when you get them, it's tremendously helpful. This judge has incorporated it as a standing part of witness testimony. So there's no audio coming right now. They're obviously in sidebar with the judge. get sorting out the jury questions. The thing that I'm noticing is that this guy is in this courtroom by himself, right? He's involved in all this gang activity and all this stuff as a young guy, but now that he's old, there's nobody there for him.
All right, a question from one of our juries. Do you know where the person or officer who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessed the person in the jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Can you restate that for me one more time?
I can try, or I can read it again.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the officer or person who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessing the person in the jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Oh, on the map, it's located, the entrance, the specific entrance, whether it's,
I think maybe you should stand up and do it on the big one.
Yes,
so we can understand that.
So from what I could read, the entrance into the cafe is located here. This would be where the initial stop and talk by the security personnel would have occurred at.
And do you know where the person who wrote the report was seeing that person in the jersey from?
From that specific location. So she, or he or she, I'm not sure the exact person, but the security describes that they're at the position and someone tries to push past, in which case they approach and stop and talk at the entrance of the cafe itself.
Okay, and then as to the second part of that question, I'm not going to ask because that's not something that he would know why that decision was made. State, did you want any follow-up based on that question?
You didn't recognize the name of the author of that particular report, correct?
correct.
And you have no idea what happened to that person in the last 30 years in their lives, whether they're alive, dead, locatable, anything like that?
No knowledge.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple more quick ones. So I want to be sure I'm clear. Did the MGM during that time period have those booths set up where you couldn't go to the elevators unless you had a room key or something? Is that what we're talking about in terms of a checkpoint?
The checkpoint is, it's not a physical location as much as it's a security position where they would check room keys to get into an area.
So if the report is saying someone was trying to push through, they're trying to go past that area into the elevator area? I mean, where are they going?
That's the direction that he travels. The security report states he tries to get into the cafe, and then when he's approached by the large group of males, he runs towards that checkpoint. So he's trying to get out or through the elevator core down into or wherever he decides he's trying to go. But that's the checkpoint. That little looks like a telephone next. Correct. That's where he's trying to get.
All right. So, but the report's kind of weird, right? Because it's not saying that he's trying to go into the Coyote Cafe. He's actually trying to go through a checkpoint or an area. I think that's what you read, right?
I would have to reread it again, but I believe he tried to get into Coyote Cafe first.
Okay, so he's going, there's a ton of people, they're all leaving the fight, and for some reason, him going into the Coyote Cafe causes security to go after him?
If it's closed or if it's blocked for a private party, I'm not exactly sure, honestly, why they would do it.
I see. So, I mean, but outside of that, your idea as to why the Coyote Cafe would not be open to this particular individual in the Merino jersey would have been because it's closed for a private function or closed completely.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, John.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ingram, you are excused at this time.
Sorry, Judge, can I have one follow-up to that?
Oh, okay.
Or the cafe is overcrowded and they're stopping people from going in.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, now you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we're going to take a 10-minute restroom break. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial. or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 11:15. Please rise.
Okay, so the state just put on a succession of different, this guy was a record keeper, the guy before was a record keeper. They put on a couple of doctors. And what the defense has consistently tried to do, and I think to some extent did pretty well, was to get all of them to acknowledge that there was something that more that they could have had that would have made it ideal. This guy, I don't think he was a great witness. What do you guys think? Was he a great witness for the state? The state basically needed to put on someone from the MGM Grand to say that this video is what is the MGM Grand. But he had to say, I don't know, too many times, which feeds right into the defense's argument. Their core defense was that these records are shoddy. The people who would know what these records really are trying to say or why they were captured the way they were captured, none of these people are around anymore, and the state can't find them, can't use them, and anybody else is unreliable. This guy had to say he didn't know so many times that he kind of supported the defense's position. The only thing, though, is that he really didn't need to add anything. All he really needed to say was that, yes, this is our floor. Yes, this is kept in accordance with our standard protocols as they would have been back at that time. Did he do that? I think he did it. So we'll see. What do you guys, if you guys are the jury, are you discrediting his interpretation because he had to say he didn't know, or does it really matter? Like how specific and accurate does the jury actually need him to be? It's hard to say, because their question was, the question from the jury after his testimony was, well, the person who actually created this footage, where would they have been viewing it from? And he said that they were there on the floor in that exact area. So I don't know. What do you guys think? So the other thing, let me address it. There's been a lot of theories going around about who shot Tupac. Why did Tupac get shot? People say it was inside Death Row. People say that it was some, the money behind the label. I don't know. All of that could be true, and this could also be true, right? It could be that somebody hired Keffe D or called in a favor, and Keffe D did this and set it all up, but it wasn't really about the fight or the chain or anything like that. That's entirely possible. And it could also still be possible that Keffe D is guilty for the murder. And again, remember, in the state of Nevada, they're not even saying that he was the actual shooter. What they're saying is that all four of the people who were in that white Cadillac, assuming it was actually a white Cadillac, the white Cadillac has never surfaced. Now, if they had the color wrong for the Cadillac, that would explain why the Cadillac has never been found in 30 years. Maybe they were looking for the wrong color Cadillac. I don't know. But according to the state of Nevada, they're basically saying, we don't care which one of you guys did the shooting. We know that the bullets came out of that car. They believe that Keffe D had procured a gun, because remember, he also was out of town and may or may not have traveled across state lines with a gun. They said he procured a gun locally, rounded up the crew, said, let's jump in this white Cadillac and go after this guy. Regardless of who did the shooting, according to Nevada, all four of them would still be liable. It just so happens that the other three are actually dead. So right now they're on a 10-minute break, a bathroom break for the jury, and they're going to come back and the state will continue calling witnesses. I'm interested. Do you guys think that they're going to call Keffe D? I can almost guarantee you that they are not going to call Keffe D, in part because he's talked about this matter so many times in so many different places. It will be way too easy to impeach him on his own words. But what he does have going for him is that all the other times where he told the story and added details that he didn't tell in the original protected conversation, he's going to say that I was lying. I was trying to create, drama. I was blustering. I was trying to be hard and bad. So he can discredit all of that. So we're going to see. I mean, his lawyer did a great job. getting it so that whatever he said to the police would be sealed and not usable against him. And so all of that was protected. But then over the last 3 decades, he's gone around talking and telling his story over and over and over again, adding details here and there. So now the state has enough of his own words in other settings that they don't have to use the protected conversation that they agreed they would never use to prosecute him, right? So what he should have done was taken this story to his grave, and he would have avoided all of this, because all of what he said prior was not usable against him. But now it is, unfortunately. So that's what happens. You got to be quiet. You got to listen to your lawyer. When they tell you to stop talking, just stop talking. That's where this guy went horribly wrong. I feel bad for this guy. And they're going to come back in about 5 minutes from this. They're on a bathroom break, and the prosecution is in the middle of their testimony. We're what time is it? We're about 2 hours into day 2, and they've already put in, I don't know, 160 exhibits, and each exhibit has to be authenticated by someone. A custodian of the records has to talk about the records. So there hasn't really been that much testimony in this case. There's been very little testimony, and now we're about 8. If we're on hour 2 of day 2, we're like 8 to 9 hours in, and I would say we've heard about 30 minutes of actual testimony. The rest of the time has been dealing with the pictures, dealing with the video from the MGM Grand, dealing with the documents. So if you're here and you haven't been here before, this guy Keffe D, he is being accused of pulling together the guys who jumped in the car with a gun and went looking for Tupac and Suge because of a fight that happened in the casino earlier that day. The reason the fight happened earlier that day is because a guy who was with Suge and Tupac had been a victim of a theft a couple months earlier. Someone said up to 6 months earlier. And they allegedly run into this guy in the casino after the Mike Tyson fight. And the guy whose his name was Trey Lane, his chain and his medallion had been stolen a couple weeks or months before. And he says, hey, wait a minute, that's the guy who stole my stuff. So they beat him up in the casino. He tells his uncle, who is a very high-ranking member of the Southside Compton, Los Angeles Crips, he was also there for the fight, hey, I just got beat up. The uncle, Keffe D, says, all right, let's jump in the car, let's get a gun, and let's go find the guys who just beat you up. So now Keffe D is saying that he was not in Vegas at the time. I don't know how they're going to prove that he was in Vegas. They certainly have not pointed him out in this camera footage yet. They may. The eyewitness who was on the other side of Tupac and Suge's car, she and her friends were on the driver's side. They pulled up alongside the car because they knew Suge Knight. And while they were there, that's when they say they heard the bullets fly out, and they dived down to get out of the line of fire, and they sped off. As they were speeding off, the witness says that she almost crashed into a white car, presumably the white Cadillac. He says that he wasn't even in Vegas at the time. We'll see. We'll have to see. But if the state's theory of the case is correct, that this was all about avenging a theft of a chain by beating down the person, one of the people that stole it, and then the thief's uncle avenging his beatdown, it's really sad, because I personally like to believe that as important as Tupac was to the culture, as important as his message was, as timely as his message was, I hate to think that this guy really died over a fight in a casino over a chain of dubious origin that may or may not have even been gold or diamonds or whatever it was. A lot of it is about respect. I mean, when you jack somebody's chain, that's like the ultimate in disrespect. But I always say, if I had $1 for every black man who was in prison because somebody disrespected him, I would be really, really rich. Right? So, of course, the conspiracy theories are that it was about money, that it was about royalties and record rights and the masters and all that kind of stuff. And I've heard that. And again, all of that could be true. It could be true that Keffe D is or coordinated the shooting. It just wasn't about the fight in the casino. Someone, I think Bro Lou, said that the fight in the casino might have been the setup, right? Made it to make it look like that's what they were fighting about, when in fact they were fighting about trying to steal Tupac's masters. I don't know. Either way, it's really sad. And the other thing is, when I look at these guys, I mean, this guy, well, first of all, this guy's done all of this. Where are all his gangbanger friends, right? Why are they not all behind him in the courtroom? Like, where is his support? This guy is on his own, right? You can't even tell if his family's there. There's a woman there that might be his wife or his girlfriend. I don't know. Or she could be nobody related to him. But where's Tupac's family? Where's this guy's family? I don't know. You know, this guy was big and bad when he was 30, but now 30 years later, he's just an old, overweight black man. And his choices are catching up to him. Now, you could say that he's a patsy, that he wasn't really the shooter. Somehow he's been framed, or somehow, you know, we don't have any evidence that he's been framed. Is it possible that he orchestrated the killing for a different reason other than the chain that got stolen? Possibly. But his reason doesn't even matter. If he organized it, he's responsible for it. He's responsible just for being in the car, according to Nevada law. So I don't know. This is an old black guy now. He's about to spend the rest of his life in jail, and for what? Where are his gang banging buddies that he, you know, however much they paid him, if they paid him, does he still have the money? Is it worth it? And then the beatdown, we saw the footage of the beatdown in the casino. The beatdown could not have lasted more than 20 seconds. And you're going to round up a bunch of guys to go kill somebody? That alone lends credence to the idea that it wasn't about the fight. But if it wasn't...
Okay, back on record in C versus Davis, C377407. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury back in?
Hang on.
Let's bring them in. Please rise.
Rise to the jury.
Do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, sure.
You may all be seated. Okay, you may call your next witness.
Kenneth Rios.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Kenneth Rios, Kennethrios.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I was employed as I retired as a Las Vegas sergeant for Las Vegas Metro Police.
And how long were you with Metro?
28 years.
And when did you start?
April 17th, 1990.
may direct your attention to September 7th of 1996 at about 9 p.m.-ish in that area. Where were you working?
I was working as uniform patrol at the MGM Hotel.
At that time, did you learn of a situation that occurred in the elevator section of the MGM?
Yes, I did.
And did you respond over to that location?
Yes, I did.
And did you have contact with an individual wearing a Dan Marino number 13 jersey?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to play a little video for you. Can we go back, Thomas? And this is 115B. And, I got to play it with the other program. I don't know why. I'm going to back up just a little bit here. When you come in. Started right about here. You let us know when you see yourself.
I see myself.
All right. And which of the three officers we have on scene there are you?
One with the dark hair. My back, well, it was dark back then. My back is towards the camera facing the gentleman that has the Merino jersey on.
Eventually, if we watch this video, you have a conversation with this individual, correct?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, did you ask him to identify himself?
Yes, I did.
How did he identify himself?
He identified himself through a California driver's license, which security had in their possession and gave to me.
Back then, this is just a fight call and he's the victim, correct?
We thought he was a victim, yes.
And so, did you talk to him about whether or not he wished to press charges or be involved? Describe that for us.
Yes, I asked him first if he needed medical assistance, and he refused. He said he was fine. I then asked him what happened, and he told me basically that a couple of guys that he didn't know jumped him. And once again, I asked him if he needed medical. He said no. I asked if he wanted to file a report, and he said no.
At that point, was he released and free to go on his way?
Yes, he was.
Later on that evening, did you learn about a shooting involving Tupac Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then were you asked to then draft a report as to what your interaction was with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, what name did you remember for Mr. Anderson?
It was Orlando. I remember his first name.
Is it anything unusual that when a victim gets attacked and doesn't want to press charges or write a report, for you not to have written a report that night?
No, it's not. Basically, if you don't have a victim, you don't have a crime, as we put it, which isn't necessarily true. You always have a crime. But if you don't have a victim, the chances of prosecution, you won't get any information, and so we don't take a report if the victim refuses.
It's only afterwards, the incident that occurs a couple hours later, you then go back from memory and write down what you recall from this incident.
Yes, I did.
And you were able to remember his first name as Orlando.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross, Mr. Stift.
Mr. Rios.
Yes, sir.
Did you review anything in your preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
What did you review?
I reviewed my officer's report. I reviewed my memory. I reviewed also the last statement that I gave, I believe was to the grand jury a few years ago.
Okay. And I would assume that prior to your testimony to the grand jury, you reviewed your officer's report back then even?
Yes, yes I did.
Prior to testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Make sure we're clear here. You wrote that report. That's in the normal course of your duties as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
No exception to in terms of you conducting your business as a police officer that you don't ever write a report.
No, there's some instances where I may not write a report.
Sure. Can you tell us what those instances are?
Not offhand, because it's been so long. There's just, you don't write a report for everything that you do. Everything's recorded in some way through the computer or through dispatch, I'm sure. But to sit down and write a formalized report on all my actions, no.
So in terms of all your actions, are you saying, like, for instance, if you get up out of your cubicle and you go into your sergeant's office to talk about fantasy football, oh, no, that wouldn't have been back then, talk about the game between the Bears and the, Chargers, we're not talking about that kind of documentation, right?
Right, I would never talk about the Bears, but yes.
Okay. And there we go. And in terms of the way, though, you would handle, like, for instance, if you're doing an investigation, or in this case, you're part of an incident that occurs, a report would be drafted for something like this.
Yes and no. It would just depend. It would depend, it would depend on some factors. In this case, there was no victim. He refused any kind of help. But it was worth noting because of his involvement.
Yeah, and so the state had asked you a question specifically as to when you wrote your report. You wrote it after you got off of this particular shift. Is that when you wrote your report?
I don't recall when I wrote it, but I'm sure that my officer's report would reflect that time. But I know I didn't write it immediately after.
All right, and in terms of your knowledge that Tupac Shakur had just been shot, your testimony to the jury is that you had understood at that point that potentially a person by the name of Orlando may have been something to do with that particular case.
I don't recall if that was the reason why I wrote the report, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I'm a little curious. Like, how do you, there's a shooting of Tupac Shakur. How do you, is it because you heard that there's a shooting about Tupac Shakur that you go, wait a minute, there was an incident that occurred with Tupac on property? Is that how we get to this point?
Back then, I don't recall if that was the process that I went through to make the report. I don't believe so. I believe that there was some other officers that probably told me and suggested that I write a report because of his possible involvement.
Right. So news goes out throughout the valley, Tupac has been shot, and then you're advised, hey, there was something happening with Tupac, just capture whatever it is that you remember, right?
I don't recall that happening that way, but for most intents purposes.
Right. Now, in terms of your report and you writing it, you're still on property when you hear that this incident had occurred with Tupac Shakur.
I don't recall where I was at the time.
Okay. Would you have ever called back to the MJ and say, hey, capture more video of this particular incident and the guy with the Merino jersey, the night of the shooting, to help them with whatever investigation could be out there? Did you do that?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you know if anyone else among the 3 officers that were there or any other officers would have done something like that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Maybe they're all Bears fans, and that's the reason why they didn't do that.
It could be.
Yep. Let me ask you this, though. In terms of your this particular night, extra officers show up as overtime. They work overtime. Is that what this is?
Yes, sir.
All right. And they're doing it for a special event, right?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, this special event was the Tyson fight.
Yes, sir.
All right. In terms of the amount of people in Las Vegas, I would imagine there would have been a lot.
A lot of people?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
We see video showing, obviously, a lot of people at the MGM.
Yes, sir.
And would it just be the MGM where the fight was taking place, or would that be throughout the Strip?
No, there'd be officers on other properties.
Yeah. And once again, these officers are on there because of the anticipated flow of people coming into Las Vegas for this special event.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Jacqueline?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We have at least one. Parties.
Okay, so as usual, when they are doing a sidebar, um, per agreement with Law and Crime, which is the official feed to people like me who want to stream it, they go silent so that we can't hear and so that the jury also can't hear through third parties what they're talking about regarding the question. So we're going to hear the question in a minute. And here we go.
Incident like that, is it customary to not follow the people who did the assault? Is it common for everyone to stay with who you thought was the victim?
My position at that time, yes, it would be to stay with the victim because we had already radioed 2 other officers that were on scene.
Okay.
And as well as the MGM security had radioed to their officers up front. So it would have been my responsibility to stay with the victim to make sure that he wasn't in dire need of medical assistance or still wanted to file a report.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. DeGiacomo?
No.
Mr. Sanft?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. With that, you are free to go. Mr. Rios?
Thank you.
All right. State, who is your next witness?
William Hedemeyer?
William Hedemeyer.
William.
So while they're swearing this guy in, for the first time, we got a glimpse of Keffe D smiling, and he's missing a few teeth. This is sad. This is really sad. The way this guy's life has gone. From being he called himself a shot caller or the big baller of his set of the Crips, and now he's sitting here with no teeth on trial for murder.
Only swear or affirm testimony about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, may I have a seat.
Thank you.
And sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
It's William Heidmeyer, William William, and Heidmeyer, Heidmeyer.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in 1996, were you working here in Las Vegas?
Yes, I was a security officer at the Maxim Hotel and Casino.
The Maxim these days is now the Westin on the corner of Koval and Flamingo?
Correct.
And it's on the northwest corner?
Yes, northwest corner.
Actually, sometime prior to 11:17 p.m., were you engaged in an investigation with some Metro officers?
Yes, I had 2 Metro officers with me, and we were looking for stolen vehicles. There were 5 or 6 Dodge Caravans that were stolen out of our parking garage that night.
And where were you located when something unusual did happen?
Well, I was on the ramp of the 3rd floor of the parking garage on the southeast side of the property.
And while you were there, describe what you hear.
Well, the 2 officers, another security officer and I were standing around one Dodge Caravan, and we just suddenly heard a lot of gunfire. And we ran to the barrier wall that was overlooking Koval Boulevard, not Koval, Flamingo Boulevard, and that's when I witnessed what I saw.
So you hear a bunch of shots. Do you have any idea how many you heard?
It sounded like a lot.
1 volley, 2 volleys?
3 volleys.
3 volleys.
Yes.
Heard. And when you say a lot, I mean, to some people, can you put any sort of number on it?
I had 3 to 4, maybe even 5 each volley. It was a series of pops.
Somewhere between 9 and 15 shots in a series.
Something like that.
You said after the shots fired, you guys ran to the retaining wall.
Yes.
I assume you ducked for cover at first.
No, because I was armed, so I was leaning over the retaining wall to see what I could see.
And when you look over the wall, what do you see?
I see a line of vehicles in the left straight lane on Flamingo heading east, and there's several vehicles. There was a white Dodge Stratus at the front, a black BMW behind it, another dark car, and I believe another car, and then there was a white Chevy Suburban behind that, and several more cars.
Do you see anybody outside of those vehicles?
Yeah, there were a number of people standing outside of the vehicles in the traffic lanes.
And do you see any of them armed?
One gentleman was armed, one black male adult, very young, well-dressed. He was wearing a very bright white three-quarter sleeve shirt, black pants, and a black dress vest.
And at the time that you see him, is he firing his weapon?
No, he's not, but he does have the weapon in his hand. It was an automatic weapon, automatic pistol.
Semi-automatic pistol?
Yes.
And is he holding it down? Is he pointing it in a direction?
He wasn't pointing it in any direction. It was kind of just off to his side.
What do you see this caravan of cars do?
Well, I looked back because the Metro officers jumped in their cars to pursue. And then when I turned around, everyone was back in their cars again. And they made a U-turn heading west on Flamingo towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
All of the cars in the caravan?
Yes.
And so you see them make a U-turn at Koval and head back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
And those vehicles, you saw the two Metro officers you were with jump in their vehicle to give chase to that caravan.
Correct.
At the time that you're out there and you see somebody with a gun, you've just heard shots fired, is it the conclusion you originally drew that that person was your suspect?
Yes, yeah, that's what I deduced at the time.
And based upon the officers following that caravan, that's a reasonable assumption that they deduced that as well.
Right. They asked me what direction they were going. They rolled down their windows and were asking me what direction everybody went, and so I pointed to make a right and head towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
And those officers then went after the caravan.
Correct.
Objection as to speculation.
What's your response?
Well, he watched them do it.
Over.
Did he testify to that? Did you watch
Lay
the
some more
officers?
foundation.
Did you watch the officers go after that caravan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I pass the witness.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Stan?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Heidmeyer, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number
1.
1? No. Yes.
1, 2.
I need both. Thank you.
Closer to more modern. You were right.
All right. I'll show you State's Exhibit number 1 here. You recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Just to get to the point, this is Las Vegas.
Yes.
All right, and I'm just more concerned right now about the actual streets themselves. Can you just show us? Actually, you know what? If you could step down out of the witness chair and just go to that screen, I'm going to have you point out for the jury where everything's at. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Can you point and show us where the Maxim Hotel is?
The Maxim Hotel, this is Koval and that's Flamingo, would be right about here.
Let me help you out.
Yeah, right about here.
Okay, and just for the record, it looks like you're pointing in this area right here.
Well, this would be the hotel and this would be where the parking garage was. And there was parking in front of the parking garage as well.
All right, and just for the record, I'm pointing to the north part of, this would be Flamingo that I'm pointing at, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's on the north side of Flamingo, in between, what's the main streets that are in between where the property sits?
It sits on Koval and Flamingo. The entrance to the parking garage was over here.
All right, and so that area is where the Maxim Hotel was located.
Right, but adjacent to the parking garage.
Right, and the parking garage, once again, for my edification, is where exactly, if you could just point that out for us.
Right here.
All right, so that would be on the north side of the property?
Yes.
So would that be behind where the hotel is?
No, it's beside the hotel.
Beside the hotel, okay. And that's where you were located with the 2 police officers?
Correct.
Now, you were investigating at that particular time stolen vehicles out of that garage. Did you write a report on your own with regards to what you were doing that night with the stolen vehicles? And
Actually, no, I turned that report over to my other co-officers at the security because I was tied up with this incident.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in a little bit better for you here, sir, if I could. Going back again. That's hopefully more helpful. All right, so when you said that you looked over and you saw, can you explain for us again sort of where the vehicles were that you saw?
Well, the vehicles were on Flamingo heading east, and they were in, you have a left turn lane, 2 forward lanes, and a right turn lane, and the vehicles were in the farthest left center lane.
Farthest left center lane,
Correct.
meaning that they were intending on going forward.
Correct.
They're not making that left.
No, but they ended up making a U-turn.
Sure, and once again, for our edification, this is 30 years ago, right? So you've got 3 lanes going directly east, and is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then you have, is it 2 lanes that are actually turn lanes to turn onto Como, or is it just
Actually, I
one?
believe it was 2 lanes, so it would be from the facing east, it would have been the 3rd lane that they were in. There's 2 turn lanes, 2 straight lanes, and then a right turn lane.
All right. And then with regards to the vehicles themselves, your testimony was that there was a white van of some sort, or maybe vehicle in front of the black BMW.
Yeah, it was a white Dodge Stratus.
I see. Is that a van? No, that's a
No,
car.
it's a 2-door sedan.
Okay. And then behind it is the BMW,
Yes.
and then behind it are multiple cars leading back.
Yes.
And your testimony was that you had identified a Lex, is it a Lexus behind it?
I think it was a Lexus, I believe so.
And then another vehicle, and then a white Chevy, and then it just kept going all the way down.
Correct.
So even though we're identifying these vehicles, you don't know how many vehicles were in the procession or the?
It was several. I didn't count them at the time, but it was a good 10 vehicles.
Okay. And all those vehicles are now making a U-turn and heading back towards Las Vegas Boulevard?
Correct.
You don't see the actual shots being, someone actually pointing a gun at something and shooting something?
No, I did not.
You just heard it?
Yes.
The individual that you had identified as the person with the gun,
Yes.
did you see that individual shoot his weapon?
No.
All right, but you saw him dressed up in a relatively nice-looking sort of presentation, black
Yes.
pants?
Yes, he was well dressed.
Okay, vest and a white shirt. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can back up there. Yeah.
Sit down.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Heidemeyer. You are free to go.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. State, you have one more, right? Before
Yes,
lunch?
Judge.
Okay, who's that going to be?
Dino Kelly.
Okay, and while they're swearing in Dino Kelly, we'll find out in a minute who he is. I just want to make sure that you understand what just happened there, that the defense objected to. The prosecutor asked this witness, who was there for an investigation of some stolen cars. The prosecutor said, and then the police took off after that car. And he said yes. And the defense objected to speculation because trying to say that he wouldn't know why they took off or where they took off. He can't say what they were thinking when they took off. The judge overruled it.
A-N-O''K-E-L-L-E-Y.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. You may proceed, Mr. DeJarmo.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy marshal in district court with Judge Erica Mendoza.
Prior to become a deputy marshal, well, I guess you've had multiple hats. At some point, were you a Metro police officer?
Yes, I was for 20 plus years.
And approximately what year did you start?
September of 1991.
And when did you retire as a Metro officer?
July 12th of 2012.
And after July 12th of 2012, did you do something else with Metro?
I did for about almost 8.5 years. I was a cold case homicide investigator.
Now, well, let me ask you this. When did you first go to homicide?
In 2003, on July.
So on September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective in the gang unit on one of the enforcement teams.
What does that mean you did for Metro? What's an enforcement team?
So the enforcement teams are dressed in greens, and we usually have
5 or 6 detectives together, and we would patrol known gang areas and come in contact with gatherings that involved gang members. And then after enforcement, I did 2 years of investigation where I investigated gang-related crimes.
Before I get to your actions on this particular evening, I want to ask you a little bit about how the process of report writing has changed at Metro over the years. You have handled your own cases since the early 2000s, but you also were a cold case investigator, which I assume that means you also have experience with years and years and years before you ever even became a police officer.
Certainly.
Was there a particular way that cases were documented up until the early to mid 2000s?
I mean, I think there's been some changes over time just because of the digital age. And, you know, when I first went to homicide, we were still using typewriters that had the little spinning ball on there and actually typing in triplicate, those types of things. Keeping our notes, you know, handwritten in our notebook. And then it kind of changed over time. Everything went digital and we started keeping things on the computer.
And so when we're talking 96, there was multiple reports written by officers as they did things because there wasn't the same computerized systems we have today.
That's correct.
Modern day, is there something called a main case report or a main officer's report related to homicides?
Yes, there is.
Explain that to ladies and gentlemen.
So what we normally do, and it kind of depends on the detective themselves. I mean, you probably worked with people that have Post-its all over their desk and it's a total wreck and you have no idea what you're looking at, but they know where everything is and they know how it's organized. We had detectives that were like that. Me personally, I would keep everything on what's called a case management form. So from the very beginning, from the very start of when we got a call and we're keeping notes in a notebook, all that information go into a case management form. So I wouldn't be initially concerned with an officer's report getting started at any point because I was using that management form each and every time we did something investigatively. If we took a phone call from, you know, a witness, then I would document that on that form. And at some point, especially if you had somebody that was in custody, you would transfer all that information over into an organized officer's report, which would then have the title at the top. It would have the date and time and location of when the incident occurred, who's involved, who are the suspects, who are the victims, who are the witnesses, and it would be in a chronological order in an investigation. But initially, everything's kept just basically in the management form. Eventually, you want to get to the point where you put together all that information into an officer's report. And there will come a point in time where the individual detective would make the decision that the officer's report's final, right? You would get it signed off. It'd be signed off by your sergeant. It'd go into the case file. And then from that point, you would just basically be filing addendums as new information came in. You might write that information down on that management form and then do an additional officer's report. That's definitely something that I saw when I went to cold case. Some of the cases that were, 20 years old, every single step that detective did was a completely separate officer's report. So you get 15 officers' report in the case file. It definitely made a lot more sense to finally get to one point where we had just one officer's report covering the case.
And in your experience, is it unusual for an officer's report to be the very last thing that's generated by the detective assigned to the particular case?
No, that's not unusual at all.
I want to direct your attention back to September of 1997, and I'm going to put up really two aerials for you first of all, but I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 1. Can we go back to me? That appears to be an aerial of Las Vegas Valley.
Yes.
And it's clearly more modern than 1996, because you can't see T-Mobile over here and some other things. Is that correct?
Quite a bit different today, yes, that's true.
And then I'm going to go back and show State's Exhibit number 2. This is a much earlier rendition of the Las Vegas Valley because T-Mobile's not there. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And identified on State's Exhibit number 2 is where the I can't move. Oh, I can move the mouse away. Where it says Monte Carlo, that's generally where the Park MGM is today.
That's correct.
And at the time, back in 1996, there was a club called the 662 Club on Flamingo. Is that correct?
Yes, very familiar with it.
And is that referenced in State's Exhibit number 2 as well?
It is.
And is that generally in the location where it's at?
Correct.
So now I want to jump back to 1. At about 11:17 p.m. On September 7th of 1996, where were you?
We were conducting enforcement activity kind of northeast of the location of Koval and Flamingo.
And did something catch your attention?
Yes. As we were out with a couple of 2-3 gang members, we heard over the radio an officer rather excited, certainly under a stressful situation, reporting shots being fired and requesting a code red on the radio. We weren't very far away, so we cut the guys loose that we were with, got in our vehicles, and with lights and siren, we went over to respond to that area of the Maxim Hotel.
When an officer calls out code red, what does that mean? What is he trying to do?
The code red is so that no other radio traffic is coming across except for what those officers are going through. So it's trying to keep the radio traffic to a minimum. So we didn't even announce that we were en route. It's not important for dispatch or really anybody else to know that we were on our way because we're waiting for updates from that officer or from the officers involved. So we stay off the radio. It's a sacred thing. You don't break the code red unless you really have to get on the radio.
And where do you respond to?
We responded to the intersection of Koval and Flamingo right there at the Maxim Hotel. Now it's called the Westin. But we went into the parking lot on the south side of the Maxim and where we saw a patrol unit.
At some point, do you walk out onto Flamingo? Well, let me ask you this. When you first arrive, is there traffic still driving eastbound on Flamingo?
Yes, I mean, nothing's changed so far as traffic at that point because whatever had happened was several minutes before that. So now people are still just driving by. We got to the parking lot. My Sergeant Cindy West, had inquired as to where the shots had come from, and we were able to look out into the street there on Flamingo, just west of Koval, and I saw in the headlights just little glints of light and recognized that. I spent plenty of time on a firing range, and I know what brass looks like on the ground. So we were able to determine where several cartridge cases were located in the street west of Koval on Flamingo.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Proposed Exhibit 34 to 41. As you look through those, I'm going to grab something from the clerk. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
When we spotted the cartridge cases in the street, at the time my enforcement vehicle was in a Chevy van, and we had a whole bunch of cones. So as we located the cartridge cases there on the roadway, we took a bunch of cones out of my vehicle and actually placed them, in the photographs you'll see it a little bit different, but we placed the cones on top of or over the cartridge cases, so the cones protected where they were located, because you could even see there was at least, I know one for sure, maybe more, that had already been run over by traffic, so it was a little bit mangled. So we protected the crime scene, and we also popped a couple of flares on the north side of the number 3 travel lane where the cartridge cases are located.
And this fairly, States Exhibits 34 through 41 fairly and accurately represent that situation.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admit it.
So I'm going to put up 34. And can you just describe for us what we're looking at?
So you can see the cartridge cases are kind of straddling the 2 lanes.
Can I stop you for a second, Mr. O'Kelly?
Yes.
There's a mouse sitting right there. Don't click it. Just it'll freeze up the whole system, but you can use it as a pointer.
Exactly. So these 2 cones that we set up here were more or less to protect where the cartridge cases were located. These other cones are covering the actual cartridge cases in the roadway. The one that's closest to us in this picture is a bullet fragment. It was the furthest away from Koval. And then the other cones are all spent cartridge cases, Winchester, Smith & Wesson 40 caliber cartridge cases.
Do you know a person by the name of Dan Ford?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Dan?
Dan Ford is a senior crime scene analyst that I worked with quite a bit. We started on the department right around the same time. And ran into him several times on cases that I worked with in the gang unit investigations. We also utilized him on the RICO task force that I was on for a couple years. And then he responded countless homicide investigations during my career.
Eventually, does Mr. Ford leave the crime scene that was at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard and come, and is he the person that takes these pictures and winds up collecting these items?
Yes, he is. Fortunately, Dan was already dispatched to the area of the Maxim for the patrol units that had called out on the radio the shots that were fired. They were taking a report for damaged vehicles that were there, and Dan had already been dispatched to that. So he wasn't far away when the shots rang out, and he was requested to come to that scene.
Sitting there in front of you is State's proposed exhibit 129. Looking at the State's proposed exhibit number 129, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do. I've seen and reviewed the handwritten evidence inventory that was authored by Dan Ford. I can see that that's his handwriting. It's also his initials and P number that are on the package for the Winchester cartridge cases.
And then there's a red seal on the back of here. That would have been placed on by Mr. Ford, correct?
The red seal is not, so it is marked up here at the top for his P number. This doesn't look, I don't know, that he wrote the date on that. So 9/7 of 96. So he initialed it in the top corner and then put the date down in the bottom corner, yes.
And all these blue seals are the times that the forensic lab has opened this package in order to look at these items and potentially do some testing.
That's correct. But I do remember from the evidence inventory that Dan had indicated that these cartridge cases were checked for fingerprints at the time with negative results.
So I'm going to have, well, I guess I'll move to admit 129, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so admit it.
I'm going to have you cut this not along a seal. There's a place left to do it. I think if we cut right along there, we can pull those items out.
Oh, yeah, down here at the bottom I can. I don't think we have to go too far. Let's do that.
And we just pull those items out.
well, it will eventually be marked 129 G, well, A through G, but I'm going to show you this one, which has a 14 on the top of it. And you said you remember at least one of them was mangled.
This one's flattened on the opening, opposite of the head stamp. It's flattened, so it's been run over.
And there appears to be at least one more of these that has some damage to it. And several of them have damage to it. Is that correct?
They're definitely misshapen. A couple of them are. This is actually the closest that I've seen them, because when we came out, we just put the cones right over the top of them, didn't mess with them at all. So I'm able to now look at even the primary impacts, which is significant.
Why is that significant?
Because a Glock pistol has a rectangular opening for the firing pin. It's vertically oriented on the front of the bolt face for a Glock pistol, and you can tell by looking at the primer impact that that's roughly the shape of the impact on the primer.
Well, that suggests to you that the weapon was a Glock 40.
That's correct.
Now, Detective, or I guess it's Mr. O'Kelly now.
Detective retired. I don't know. Deputy Marshal.
Yeah, Deputy Marshal, there you go. While you're at the scene, are you getting updates on the radio as to potential suspect vehicles that you should be looking for?
Periodically, again, that code red is in effect for quite a while, so there's not a lot of radio traffic that was going on. The call came in initiating the code red at 11:17. We were short distance away, and we went code. Well, we ran code, so we did lights and siren. It didn't take us very long to get there. I know that Sergeant West waited until there was a complete lull in the radio traffic and announced that we were en route and arrived at the same time, and I believe that was at 11:26. We had been there before that, so we were there before 11:20. We were already there at the scene. So at about a little bit past 11:30, we got an update on the rough description of a light-colored Cadillac. I know at some point on the CAD report it said late 90s. It had to be late 80s, right? This is 96. And there was also some indication that it was in good condition, which would say that it was an older vehicle than late 90s, right? So we were looking for a light-colored, possibly white Cadillac with two black male occupants. And there was a report that it was northbound on Audrey, which now Audrey Lane is the Link, right? It's the Link Lane. So it's on the west side of the Maxim going north. There was some report that possibly that's where the suspect vehicle had gone.
So initial reports is light color Cadillac, last seen northbound on Audrey.
Right, with two black males at that point.
Do you wind up getting updates throughout the evening as to the vehicle you're looking for?
We did. I'd say it was about an hour or so, about 12:45 maybe, right around that time, that we got an update that we were looking for that same white Cadillac in good condition, but potentially occupied now by four black males, and was southbound on Koval. That later made a little bit more sense to us, especially that we were out on the eastbound lanes of Koval, right just short of the intersection, and that the Cadillac had to have been to the south of the BMW, and it made more sense that they would have made a right turn. So that definitely clicked when we were told they were southbound on Koval.
Does there come a point in time when you do what's known as an ATL or attempt to locate that particular vehicle?
Yes. Thankfully, because Dan Ford was not too far away, we were able to get relieved from our protection of the crime scene where the cartridge cases were located. And I think we cleared exactly an hour after the initial code red was called. And that was the first thing that we did was we went south on Koval, we checked areas that we frequented in the gang unit looking for potentially really any light colored Cadillac. I mean, the kind of the yellowish lights that we have in town, the street lights that they use for low, so it's not too much light in town. Those can kind of throw you off on color. So we were looking for any light colored Cadillac.
We'll put back up State's Exhibit 1. During all this time period that you and your partner ATL'd for this white Cadillac, did you ever drive into the parking lot of the carriage house?
No, I can say that in my 35 years, I've never been in the carriage house.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Sanders.
Sorry, sir, what's your last name again?
O'Kelly, O''K-E-L-L-E-Y.
Mr. Kelly, thank you for being here today. Your testimony, obviously, I would imagine before you were here, you probably reviewed your reports, whatever it is you wrote during that time period.
I didn't write any. Okay. Certainly, even after I went to homicide, I wasn't involved in the investigation for this case. I did review the CAD report, the computer-aided dispatch report, noting those times. I don't have that great a memory, so I'm going to have to tell you that. And that handwritten evidence inventory by Dan Ford. I have both copies right here in my notebook.
I see. So at the time you retired as a homicide detective?
I did.
And then at that point, you came back to work as in the cold case unit as an investigator?
I did, yes.
All right. Now, a couple things. First of all, when you retired as a detective with homicide, were there any outstanding reports that you had not drafted when you left?
I can tell you that and people love me, so they got a limousine and we had a big party. So as there was a limousine out in front of headquarters at 400 Martin Luther King, I was typing the last officer's report that I needed to personally finish. I was leaving a partner behind, whose name is also Dean, so he was able to, tie up any of the cases that we had at that point. But I would say there were, but the ones that I knew I needed to get done before I left, I got done.
And the reason why you prioritized those ones is because I would imagine they're still open investigations and you're handing it off to the next person to continue with your work.
That's correct. It makes it easier for them if it's tied up as best we can.
Right. Did you take any of those cases with you when you went over to the cold case unit?
When I came back to cold case, that was the original reason that I even agreed to do cold case homicide investigation was because of unsolved cases that I personally had investigated, one in particular. So as soon as I came back to cold case homicide, the very first thing I did was go and pull Jamie Sheldon's case and bring it over to my desk. That's the first case that went there. And we were able to work, I was honored to be able to work on cases like that and others that I had been a part of when I was a detective, yes.
So in terms of, just explain to the jury what a cold case is. Can you explain that?
Certainly. So a cold case is officially cold when the detectives who are originally signed to it are no longer there, whether they transferred out or they retired. If there isn't an original detective assigned to the case, it's considered cold. Right? No one's assigned to it. Those cases can be handed off to other detectives that are still in the unit. I remember, when Marty Wildman left the department, he came over to me personally and said, hey, I'm handing Teresa Insana to you. Can you take this case on and continue to follow it up? It's considered cold because he's gone, right? As soon as he left, it's officially a cold case. But if there's a detective who was originally assigned to the case, it's their case until they're done, right? You're not going to go stepping on toes and just pulling cases and start working on other people's stuff unless they asked you to do it.
And with regards to the cold case unit, I'm assuming there's probably 2 detectives who are the official detectives for the unit, and then you have investigators, retired homicide detectives that help with the investigation?
That's correct. Initially, when Sergeant Hefner, sergeant in homicide, but then came back with me at the same time. So the 2 of us came back, and we were on our own. Like, we had a sergeant that was assigned to us, but basically they were a signature block. We could pull any case that we wanted and work on those. The department saw, thankfully, a lot to do with the work that we were getting accomplished, where we solved 20, 25-year-old cases, and the department's able to go to the media and say, look, we're not giving up after all these years. We're going to continue to follow these cases and solve them. Because of that success level, then the department dedicated 2 full-time detectives that were still in homicide to the cold case unit. And then we had, I want to say 3, 4 more cold case investigators that were assigned to us. I think we had a total of 5 or 6 at one point, plus the 2 detectives and a dedicated sergeant to the cold case unit.
So in terms of your work in the cold case as an investigator, you're not a detective, right?
No.
So there is a difference in terms of your responsibilities versus the responsibilities of a detective.
Correct.
Because the detective would be the law enforcement officer.
Certainly.
And you are a person helping the law enforcement officer.
Essentially, I mean, we can still steer the investigation where we want it to go. We're doing interviews, we're doing those things, but say authoring a search warrant. So if we run into a situation where we need a search warrant done, it's going to be, it may get written by one of us, but it's going to be sworn to as an affidavit by a detective on the department who's a sworn police officer.
Have you ever drafted a report, I don't know, 8 years after you started an investigation?
Well, because of cold case, yes, certainly.
But
yeah.
just as a police officer or a detective, have you ever waited, say, years to draft an actual report on something?
I don't know what would be my record-breaking delay in authoring a report, but I'd say, if you're dealing with a case where there's nobody in custody, like you haven't arrested anybody, I mean, I'm probably pushing 2 years before I finally said, and even reluctantly said, all right, I'm going to close this officer's report. It's signed off because we've run out of investigative leads. We're to that point. There's really nothing else coming in, and now that's officially done. Then there could be maybe somebody calling up, or we could have somebody that gets in a jam, right, where they're now looking at serious time. This has happened to us in cold case, where now that person says, hey, I have information on a murder. So now it's completely open. Now the case is back up and running, and there would be a new officer's report started at that point in time to complete that investigation. I know where the gun is, I know who did the shooting, and now we've got a solved case after 15, 20 years.
Now, have you ever delayed writing an officer's report after going to the grand jury and presenting evidence on that same case?
Yeah, I would say that I've gone to grand jury before officers' reports are done. I would say that I've gone to grand jury before I've started an officer's report. Again, because for me personally, and for a lot of the guys that I work with, I'm not completely OCD, but I mean, certainly there's things that I need to get done, or I'm not going to be able to sleep, that kind of thing. You may feel that way. But I always get the case management form started and maintained up to date. It's going to be up to date. If you make a phone call to me, I'm going to document a date, time, phone call, right? That may not go into the ultimate officer's report because it's superfluous information, didn't mean anything, but I'm going to keep that record in the CMF. I might not even start the officer's report for months, and grand jury may have already happened. Now, I feel now some pressure to get that done, right? Because if I'm going to grand jury, more than likely we have somebody in custody, and I want the district attorney's office to have the benefit of a completed officer's report, although it's not necessary.
Right, and so if you had submitted it to the grand jury or done your grand jury, you're telling us at some point you could delay finalizing your officer's report?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you delay that that officer's report until after you retire?
Well, because I still have a partner that hasn't retired, I can have confidence in doing that. You know, we definitely did have that happen. I recall specifically a double murder that was not, the officer's report wasn't done when I left, because I knew Dean was going to be, Detective Rates was going to be continuing on with it.
Right, so you knew that the other detective would still be the detective handling the case through because you are now retired.
No question.
But what if you didn't have that detective there, that you're a partner? Would you have delayed after you retired to draft your officer's report?
I would not.
How about?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it, right? I mean, I just know that I wouldn't be able to do it. That's why when, you know, the limo's out in front of headquarters, I'm typing an officer's report. I literally I got the officer's report done and then went downstairs. I was done. I was retired.
Now, can you explain to us, I'm sorry for interrupting, but can you explain for us a little bit about why reports are so important to you in your line of work as a homicide detective?
Reports document everything, right? I mean, you need to document your observations. You need to document evidence. And for us, in homicide or even in the gang unit before that, we did that with officers' reports. Officers' reports don't become evidence, right? Officers' reports are so anybody picking up that case file can walk through the investigation from beginning to the last part of an officer's report is conclusion, right? So it may be a conclusion as to what you believe happened and you don't have somebody in custody. It can be a completed officer's report where the case isn't solved. It's still open, right? But you can, it's, at that point when you're doing the conclusion, it's more or less your opinion. This is what we believe based on everything else that precedes it in the officer's report.
Okay. And that would, of course, help you later if you ever recalled to testify in front of a jury to recall what happened.
Oh, absolutely. That's the go-to document for somebody who's preparing for trial is that officer's report. I mean, it can be lengthy. I've written officer's reports that are 70 pages long.
And with regard to those reports and being 70 pages long, fair to say that details are super important when you're doing this kind of investigation.
They are.
And that would be helpful for you to remember details in the future, right, to write a good report.
Right, the more extensive and the more detailed your report, the better off you're going to be, the more prepared you're going to be. But in addition to that, you could be documenting things that you observed or that you knew at the time you were doing the investigation that you don't realize were important, right? So I could document something in a crime scene that seems like it's innocuous, you know, something that's just doesn't seem like it's that important. And then later on, when maybe a suspect's in custody or, you know, the investigation's further, then you find out, oh, that one item that you made a note of now becomes important because the suspect touched it or that was the murder weapon that was cleaned up and stuck over there and nobody realized it.
Now, now you're, let's shift gears a little bit here. So you're no longer a detective, you're now working with a cold case. Have you taken on any cold cases that weren't yours to begin with?
Certainly.
And what is typically the standard operating procedure when you are starting your investigation as a cold case investigator?
So you're pulling the case file, right? And it can be extensive, depending on the murder, depending on the case that you're looking at, can be rather extensive. Some of the cases that we were pulling had pouches in them with VHS tapes, right? There were separate boxes that had VHS tapes in them. We probably may even know what a VHS tape. So, and we had cassette tapes, right? Actual physical cassette tapes. So we had to maintain a VHS player in homicide to be able to review those things. So we had some of the archaic methods to review evidence. We would go through the entire case file, and that would give us a starting point. As you might imagine, what we're looking for in cold case, because of the advances in technology, is do we have any trace evidence that wasn't analyzed? Do we have any fingerprints that weren't analyzed? Do we have any DNA that maybe, you know, this precedes DNA? We looked at some cases that were before I was born. Okay, it's my 65th lap around the sun. We were looking at cases before I was even on this planet. So you go through the entire thing and you try and make his heads or tails of where the detective took that investigation to that point. Sometimes that could be difficult, especially if you're dealing with one of those Post-it people, right? You're dealing with one of the ones that are writing notes on cocktail napkins and stuff and keeping them in the case file. We'd pull little notes that were like, I have no clue how this relates to the investigation at all. Don't know if they talked to this person, didn't talk to this person. Was this a witness? Was this a secondary victim? We didn't know. So we'd have to try and track those down. And some of the cases were so old that, people that we were dealing with are deceased.
Did you have any success with what you did on the cold case unit?
Oh, certainly, yeah. We closed quite a few.
So when you say closed, meaning that you were able to find out basically the information you needed, the suspect or whatever the case was?
Yes, absolutely. All the way through to an arrest and prosecution and conviction, yes.
And with regard to the success you had on the cold case, did any of those cases not involve some type of technological thing like either a trace, DNA, or fingerprints?
I think I'd say there was none come to my mind that we didn't have something that was redone and reviewed and then came to a conclusion or pointed to a specific person that we were then able to go and interview. We had one where we flew to Toledo and we got a confession on a murder that happened here in Las Vegas because that person was already doing life without there for another murder that he had committed. I don't recall that we had any physical evidence in there that we needed. He confessed to it basically. What do I have to lose? I'm already doing life without.
So he basically was in custody ready for a murder in another state and basically
Columbus,
confessed and said, hey, I'm confessing this murder in Nevada.
Correct.
So it wasn't like you found,
We did. I mean, you look at some of these case files and they're definitely pointing towards a specific person, right? Every indication is that this is who you're dealing with.
Right.
And that it just didn't, you couldn't get it across the finish line, right? And like Jamie Sheldon, I brought up earlier, I know who did that murder, but it's whether or not there's enough to get across the finish line with that piece of evidence that's going to be where the district attorneys are willing to take that case to trial. And you're waiting for that one more thing, right? So it just stays there waiting for that one more piece of evidence to come in. And that happened with some of the cold cases where it's like, hey, we knew who this person was. I remember one specifically where we had a guy where we knew in the gang unit who we were looking for. And then I got to homicide and then looked up case files and saw that person had never been charged. I'm like, how did he never get charged? We knew who it was. And we were able to then put enough together to arrest him and get a conviction.
And the arrest was because of either DNA or fingerprints or something along those lines?
On that one, no. We had video surveillance that existed at the time on a VHS tape from a 7-Eleven. Back when they were recording over them every 7 days, and so it was grainy, and you're like trying to get a clear enough picture. But we were able to, and we had physical evidence at the time that existed at the time connecting him to other cases, and we were able to get a conviction on that particular case with nothing new.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So that was video surveillance with some other physical evidence that helped you solve that particular
Cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. All right, and then in terms of your work, the night of what happened here, now if I could just ask you to switch over to
So defense counsel is basically saying in the past, when you've resurrected dead cases, you've had more in those cases than you do in this case. That's what he's really getting at here.
Right, the red triangle or the red rectangle there is where the cartridge cases are located. Near the intersection, I think the closest piece of evidence was 60 feet away from Koval. and they were out in the travel lane, probably 14, 15 feet away from the south curb.
Okay, so my question is to you, very specific. You mentioned a little bit ago about what potentially would be a white Cadillac traveling north on Audrey or Aubrey. Can you just, you could step out, Dean, if you want, and just actually point with the, you can just point at the screen from over there so Jerry can see.
So this is Cobalt. This is now the Weston, right? Used to be an Axle. And this is the Audrey Lane going north. And then down in here is Audrey Street that cuts over, it actually cuts south and then goes all the way over to the boulevard. But the initial report was that we had this light colored Cadillac occupied by two BMAs that went north on Audrey. So they would have to, with the entourage that everybody had U-turned and gone this direction, they would have to have followed and then turn right to go up on Audrey. There's really no way for you to get from eastbound Flamingo at Cobalt to northbound Audrey without making a U-turn.
Okay, and just, if you could stay there for a second, Dean. The other part here is that I'm just pointing again with my pen, and that would be the area where you found and located the bullets, the cartridge cases?
Cartridge cases, yeah, they're in the eastbound lane, I think the number 3 travel lane, primarily, kind of straddling the lane there a little bit, right here before you get to Cobalt.
Now, if you can describe for us the street. So on that street right there, and I'm just pointing to the part of Flamingo that's, I guess, west of Cobalt, and then before or between Aubrey and Cobalt, this area here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a concrete divider that's in that area?
There was not a concrete divider, no. And I think now it's like those yellow plastic cones that are every 2 feet. Now separating it when you come up, because on eastbound Flamingo, there's two left turn lanes to go north on Cobalt, 3 travel lanes, and then a right turn lane to go south on Cobalt.
So, for instance, if cars are going to make a U-turn and turn around and follow, like say, for instance, the black BMW, right? The other cars could just basically just make a left-hand turn and go right back. They don't have to go in procession around and keep going. Fair?
Yeah, well, now they would be hitting all those yellow cones. So I don't know. I don't think back then, I think you could probably just right there. I mean, it's a violation of the law.
It is.
Yes, you could certainly make a U-turn.
Because my understanding is those cones that you're talking about would be actually on Cobalt to prevent people, I guess it's like to stop traffic from merging or having too much lanes or traffic in that area. Do you recall that?
I know all the yellow cones because I took a fellow marshal to the airport yesterday, and the lady in the box actually took me north on Cobalt to pass that intersection. So I was able to see all the yellow plastic. They're permanent cones that are there dividing the north or east and westbound traffic.
Right, but at the time, your recollection back in 1996, you don't know if there were cones up at that
I
point.
don't know, there wasn't.
Yeah.
I know there wasn't, and there wasn't a New Jersey wall, so I think you could just make the turn.
Just
There
make
might have been a curb, there might have been a cement curb, but I don't see that in the photo, and I don't have an independent recollection of it.
Gotcha. So those cars are, if we're trying to envision the BMW getting shot at, and at some point it's making a U-turn, there's some discussion about rims on the vehicle being messed up because of
Possible.
and then as it's going down, the other cars would have just either just turned around and made a immediate left.
Possible. I know, because we never went to Harmon and the Boulevard, and never saw the entourage, the other vehicles that had gone down there.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Giacomo?
Briefly. I don't know if you retired on a Friday, but if you knew when you retired on Friday that on Monday you were going to be right back there as a cold case investigator, you wouldn't feel, or would you have felt, the need to finish that Friday before you got in the limousine?
I think I would have been okay to let it go. Yeah, that'd have been all right, and skip that part.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Has there been at least one case with you and I, in fact, where there was never an officer's report that was able to be completed?
No, Debbie Flores Narvaez.
Is there any requirement that there be an officer's report created?
No, again, officer's report's not evidence, right? It's just kind of a guideline to go through the case file itself. There was, in the case that we're talking about, a case management form that went all the way through the investigation, so it really wasn't necessary to get, to put it on a trial and get a successful conviction.
You mentioned as well that old case files, you looked at, you said case files from before you were even born.
Yes.
You don't know if all of the reports that were ever generated were in that file or not in that file when you get the case, correct?
I could say that there were some case files that we pulled that they weren't even in 3-ring binders anymore. They were in accordion files, and there were definitely things missing, right, over time. The frustrating part of cold cases, going to pull evidence and seeing that it had long been destroyed, wasn't even available anymore, which shouldn't happen, but it sometimes does. And so, you're trying to piece together the case even without some pieces of evidence that you think is crucial.
So despite not having maybe everything that the original detectives have, you don't just give up. You still try and solve the crime.
Exactly. Well, you go redo it, right? I mean, if there's indication, like again, if you got a cocktail napkin with a name and a date of birth on there, but you don't know how that was involved, then if that person's still around, you go interview them. And, we ended up doing it in cold case. We ended up doing a bunch of traveling to where we would go do those interviews and sit down with people, and, they have, being a witness to or being involved or even connecting remotely to a violent incident like that or a murder, that's called a significant emotional event, right? You're going to remember very specific details. I'm sure in your own life you've had that, where something really significant hits, and you can remember what you were wearing, you can remember the smell, you can remember where people are standing. So we're able to just go back and redo that interview and then put that into the case file, even though it was missing.
And you sort of said this, but in a lot of those case files, law enforcement knows what they believe to be the story. They just don't have the witnesses to present in a courtroom to establish the crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
No question. I would say, especially during my 2 years in investigation in the gang unit, also the 2 years on the RICO task force that we were involved in, we were dealing with gang-related crimes, and there were many cases where we had something happen with, we knew 50 people around, right? There were 50 people there, and you start talking to witnesses, and everybody has the same statement. I heard shots, I ran, and the police stopped me for no reason, right? So you don't get that level of cooperation because people are afraid, right? People maybe think because they think gangs might be involved, they don't want to say anything, they keep it to themselves, and they live with the fact that they didn't help, right? But then with cold case, we were able to come back to some of these older cases where now that that young gang member that might have had 7% body fat back then and was in his prime and was scary is now an older toothless bulldog that's resting in the shade. So people are not afraid to now come forward and say, yeah, I was there, I saw it, I know exactly who did it, and I can prove it. So we were able to solve some cases like that, which was good.
And you even mentioned a situation where you read through the file, you're like, I know who did it. You flew to Toledo, and he confessed.
Correct.
And that can happen in cold cases as well.
Yes, it does, thankfully.
Nothing further.
Mr. DeGiacomo, are you moving to admit Exhibits 129A through G?
I was going to have her mark them first before I offer.
Okay. Was there an objection to the admission of them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. They will be admitted, and you may mark them. Jessica. And Mr. Singh, further questions? Okay.
Sorry, I thought I was done with you before.
No worries.
So with regards to the this incident, I want to make sure I'm clear here. You thought you had a suspect. What did you do? Send him a letter and say you need to confess to this crime? I mean, how did that work out with the thing that happened in Toledo?
Oh, in Toledo?
Yeah.
We had put together enough of the case to know, with every bit of confidence that that it was him, even to the point where we were able to author an arrest warrant for him. And then we were in contact with the correctional facility that he was in custody and let them know that we wanted to come out. They actually approached him to let him know the detectives from Las Vegas want to come out and speak with you. And he agreed, right? And he's sitting in custody for, serving life without for actually killing two people, a child and the child's father. And so, I think probably just for entertainment value alone, he agreed to talk to us, and we were able to come out there, sit down with him. They pulled him out of his cell, obviously, and away from the rest of the inmates. And we talked to him for a couple hours before lunch, and then we broke for lunch, and then after lunch, he told us he did it.
So you put together information here in Las Vegas that was all corroborated, right? I mean, you had information, you had evidence that you were putting together, right?
Correct.
And all that evidence pointed towards this particular person.
It did.
And then at some point you said, we just don't have enough. We would want to hear from this guy himself. And that's when you went out to Toledo to confront him on it?
I think that we would have been able to get a conviction without him telling us that he did it, but why not? I mean, if we went there and he said, pound sand, I'm not going to tell you. Like, you flew all the way out here, and now I'm not going to tell you that I did it. I mean, we still would have gone forward, but it certainly, bolsters the case to have him say, yes, I did it, and this is what I did before and after, which is what he was able to do.
Right. So in the case you were developing, you had corroborating evidence here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And this was just the final, cherry on top to actually hear him say the words that, yeah, I did it.
Agreed.
Now, the corroborating evidence you had here, though, was your investigation. I would assume that it had some physical evidence, witnesses, that kind of thing to it? Okay. And your testimony here right now is literally, you don't necessarily even need his confession. You could have just done it without.
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, obviously, if you didn't have those things, you suspected somebody, but you don't have DNA, you don't have fingerprints, you don't have an eyewitness, you don't have surveillance video, you don't have anything at all that would tie that person to whatever the crime you believe has occurred, that would mean at that particular point you don't have it, right?
I would agree with that.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony here is, and I want to make sure I'm clear, you were a gang person before, and those field interview cards would be helpful if you were looking into a potential crime where someone is accused of the crime. Like, look at those field interview cards, right?
Field interview cards are very valuable. I worked bike patrol before the gang unit, and we filled out probably more FI cards, field interview cards, than a lot of the gang detectives did. That got me voluntold to test for gangs. And so, field interview cards are very, very valuable piece of information because you're contacting somebody in a non-threatening, non-arrest, non-custodial environment, and they're telling you, they're giving you information that you're able to document.
And if you can explain to the jury a little bit what a field interview card is.
So that, like I was talking about that stop that we were on before the code red was called. So we were talking to some gang members that were gathered out in a neighborhood that we were familiar with gang members that we were familiar with. And so each time they're contacted, we would do a field interview card, little small, 3x5 card. This is a rights card, but just like this. It's white, and it has all of their pertinent information, name, date of birth, all height, weight, eye color, all those things, where you're contacting them, and there's a narrative portion on the back. And most of the gang members in that type of environment would say, yeah, hey, I'm 18th Street. I'm like, whatever, for life. I'm 18th Street for life. So you document that. That's 18th Street for life, because that's maintained in what you've heard, the gang file, for a period of time until that person says, no, I'm not. I don't affiliate with them. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm away from it. And then if that stays consistent for a certain amount of time, then that person's no longer in the gang file.
And every time that person comes in contact with law enforcement, that a new card is generated because it's a physical thing?
A new card is I always did it documented my stop, it documented my activity, it documented our work, it documented, plus it starts the time clock every time, right? So every time that person admits, every time that person's in the company of other known gang members, and then it starts that time clock so that they stay in the gang file until that time expires. So you want the clock to continue to start over.
Okay, and just one last question, and I hate hammering the heck out of this report stuff, but in terms of the example that was given you by the state, they said, well, if you retire and then you go into cold case, you can continue on with the investigation if it's a cold case, right?
I would, yeah, definitely.
How about the district attorney's office? You're an investigator at the district attorney's office. Does the district attorney's office have a cold case team?
We didn't have anybody assigned to us. At the time, because I left in January of 23, at the time we didn't have anybody that was catching our cold cases specifically, so I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Right, so you are testifying that Metro has a cold case unit, to which if you're a detective with homicide and you want to take a case with you, you could have done that, right?
Certainly.
But with regards to taking your case as a homicide detective and now working for the district attorney's office, that's not how that typically works. Right?
I wouldn't know how they function with it, because I know, we put a case file together and we submit that case, it gets approved by the DA's office, and that the district attorney may recognize certain things that need to be cleaned up or need to be followed up on that maybe wouldn't come back to the detective in homicide. Because keep in mind, if we're working a big case, we're still catching new cases. You don't catch a big case and then all of a sudden, time out, and I get to do this, work this case. You're still catching new cases. We worked one weekend in 2003 where we had 6 murders in one weekend. So you're up going into the weekend and up on rotation coming out of the weekend. Because all the teams caught a case.
And so, just for the jury so they understand, Metro is the police department, they do investigations.
Correct.
Once you're done with the investigation, you develop a suspect, you then submit that request to the DA's office and the district attorney's office for prosecution.
Correct.
The district attorney's office, on the other hand, do not have investigators that initiate cases to be charged, right?
I don't know how the DA's investigators run I know I had contact with them multiple times over the years, because now we've involved the DA's office in what we've produced, because we seek the truth, DA's office seeks justice, right? So but I know there may be some incidental things that come up that an investigator will handle rather than taking it back to the homicide detective for follow-up.
In your experience throughout law enforcement, even up to currently, have you ever seen an investigator or the Clark County District Attorney's Office be the primary officer on a case?
No.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo? No. Any questions from the jury? We do have at least one. Can I have the parties approach? Except we only have one.
Okay, so as usual, now they're doing a sidebar. This is by agreement between Law and Crime, which is the video feed, and the court. They go to silent so that we can't hear what they're saying in when they approach. So this is how trials go, right? A lot of people think that trials are really exciting and there's all these gotcha moments and people breaking down on the stand. But truthfully, trials are long and boring and painstaking, and they're eliciting information now that they may not bring it home until much, much later. This guy, I think, is a win for the defense because he
But only 7 glass bottles in evidence. Was there another bullet not accounted for in the envelopes, or are there only 7 cases located or were there only 7 cases located on the scene?
Good question. So the cone that was closest in the picture if you remember, I said that was a bullet fragment. So underneath that cone was just a piece of a bullet, mostly just the lead, and so the bullet fragment plus the 7 cases.
Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Detective, You opened the 7 casings, correct?
Yes.
All right. Showing you with the marked the state's proposed exhibit number 130. These appear to be all the bullets and fragments that were collected by Dan Ford.
That's correct. They were also listed on the evidence inventory that I've seen a copy of. I recognize the handwriting and initial and P number for Dan Ford.
As, once again, there's also a blue stripe on here. I'm not going to open this one. There's also a blue stripe on here indicating that they were forensically tested as well.
Yes.
But don't move to admit 130.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Any other questions that you have?
No.
Mr. Stamp, questions on this question? Essentially?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. All right, you are free to go.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we are going to take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll be in recess until 1:45. Please rise for the jury. So one, guys.
Okay, so she's calling a 1-hour lunch break, and I am actually going to take a lunch break as well. I'm going to keep the live stream going. The reason I think that that last witness was a plus for the defense, because their main point is that the records here are not reliable enough after all this time and all the people who have passed on and left the profession, etc., to be relied on. So what he just pulled out of this witness is that, yeah, we've resurrected dead cases in the past, but we've also had more, we've had more to go on. We've had new confessions. We've had new witnesses come out of nowhere, none of which is true in this case, right? So he's drawing a distinction. They're resurrecting this dead case, but they don't have any of the stuff that that guy said they have used to resurrect dead cases in the past. So I think that witness was a win for the defense. You guys go ahead. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe, like, share. My channel is a baby channel, but the more you guys like and share, the more it helps the channel. So I appreciate you for that. And I will see you guys back here at 1:45. I'm going to keep the stream running and we're going to finish out the day. That would be 4:45 on the East Coast, 1:45 on Pacific. See you then. Okay, so we're waiting for the court to come back from their lunch break. Now, they very well may already be back from their lunch break, but they may be handling some logistics about how the afternoon is going to go. That's very common. Now that they're back from lunch, the judge may be asking the prosecutor, like, okay, how much more do you want to put on today? And then, you know, the prosecutor will say, I want to put on another 2 or 3 witnesses. Then the judge will decide, does the defense open today or tomorrow? But this case is slated to be a long case and a painstaking case. So chances are the prosecution is not going to rest today. And I'm going to take you guys back as soon as they come on. I'll take you back. But right now, nothing's happening in the feed. Just so you know how the sauce is made. This is my first time live streaming a case. I thought about doing it for a long time. Basically, this court, the Clark County Court in Nevada, is allowing media in the room, like ABC, CBS, etc., Fox News. They're in the room with cameras. And then for YouTubers like me, they're allowing us to stream the feed. So the reason that you're seeing Law and Crime on the bottom is because the court has contracted with Law and Crime to be the sole streaming portal, right? So everyone who is not one of the big news channels that's in the room is going to be streaming from Law and Crime. And there's a lot of contracts involved in that, what has to happen, but Law and Crime, they're experts at it. They've been doing it a long time on a lot of different channels. Now, some people are covering up their logo, but unless you're one of the news stations with cameras in the room, you're on Law and Crime. Okay, so let me just give you a little bit of background about what's going on in the case, what has happened today. And over the lunch break, I was talking to some other people, and they were like, nobody's watching this case, right? And of course, my channel, I'm a baby channel, I'm a brand new channel. I don't even have 2 dozen. I think I have about 2 dozen videos, right? But there are some really, really big channels with thousands of videos, hundreds of thousands of views of subscribers, and their feeds are having less than 10,000 people on them, right? Unlike other cases, there have been other cases where those big channels would have like 100,000, 200,000 people viewing live on their channel, right? For whatever reason, the interest in this Tupac case is just not there. Probably because in about 2 weeks, it's going to be the 30th anniversary of the trial. Partly because I think people thought it was going to be some big spectacular thing. Now, the defense may surprise us, right? When they put on their case in chief, they may absolutely surprise us. There might be something exciting, some conspiracy theories. We already believe that they're trying to deny that he was even in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting. We'll see. But yeah, people are not really interested in this case. You know, my channel notwithstanding, because like I said, I'm a baby channel. I've never done this before. But there are some like real like law tubers who just are not getting the numbers from this case. And also this Keffe D, like people don't really know who he is, right? It's not like a he's not an attractive defendant, right? Sometimes there's an attractive defendant, right? This guy looks like a middle-aged, overweight black guy who's made all kinds of wrong choices in his life, and he has no teeth, and his suit is clearly not an expensive suit. You know, and not to be silly or petty or anything, but these are the kind of things that make people, you know, really interested in a case. And I think people are, I certainly am disappointed, but I think the general consensus is that we expected more for the murder trial of Tupac Shakur. I mean, in terms of what he was for the culture. But also remember, there's a whole generation of people who don't even know who Tupac is. You know, they might know his song, it might come on at the club every now and then, but they don't know who he was. They don't know what he meant to the culture. They don't know the time in which he, you know, sort of roamed the earth. And then I think there might also be those people who don't believe he's dead, right? There's still those people who think he's in, they think he's in Cuba, right? But anyway, okay, so let me tell you what's going on. This guy, Dwayne Keffe D. Davis, is at the time, per his own description on audio, he says that he was a big baller, a shot caller with the Southside Compton, Los Angeles Crips. He is the uncle of the guy Orlando Anderson, who got beat up at the MGM Grand about maybe an hour or half an hour before this incident happened with Tupac. The reason that guy got beat up at the MGM is because some weeks or months before, he allegedly was involved in stealing the chain from, stealing a gold chain from a guy who was associated with Suge Knight and Tupac and Death Row Records. So after the fight at the MGM Grand, the person whose chain and medallion had been stolen said, "Hey, wait a minute, that's the guy that robbed me or stole my stuff," right? We still don't have the facts of how the medallion actually went missing, but this guy, Orlando, was accused of being involved. So they spot him in the after the fight at the MGM Grand. Tupac and Suge and all of their entourage is what they're calling it. Their entourage, they beat the guy up. Now, earlier today, we saw the footage of the beatdown. This beatdown lasted about, if it was 20 seconds. And then the guy pops right back up and he goes and he's talking to the police, not snitching, but he's, they're like, "Do you need medical attention? How are you?" He's like, fine. So after that, he tells his uncle, who is this guy, Keffe D, the defendant, that he just got beat up at the MGM Grand. So the prosecutor, according to the prosecutor, right? This is what the prosecution is alleging that they can prove. That this guy, Keffe D, he rounded up a couple of the boys, including his nephew that just got beat up. He secured a gun somewhere because they were all from out of town, because they were from LA and this happened in Vegas. He secures a gun, rounds them all up. They jump into a white Cadillac and they go searching for the guys who just did this, which would have been Tupac, Suge, and some of their their posse. They find Suge and Tupac. Coincidentally, they somehow find these two. Of all the vehicles that were coming out of that event after the fight, they found these two. We don't know how they found them, right? Like, I've gotten separated from my spouse and can't find them, but somehow they have time to find a gun, get in a car, and drive around until they find Suge and Tupac. Now, that's the part a lot of people find that suspicious. But anyway, he pulls up alongside, according to the prosecution, pulls up alongside Keffe D, slides the gun. They said he slid the gun to within reach of the shooter. So they're basically saying that he had this gun on his person and somehow he slid it to another person in the car. The prosecution believes that it was his own nephew, Orlando, that had just gotten beat up. Other people suspect that it was one of the other occupants of the car. There were 4 of them all together. They pull up alongside and they shoot Tupac, and they shoot him a couple times. The testimony earlier this morning was that one of them came out through his finger. Oh, that is so painful, right? That one of the bullets exited through his finger, like it had traveled through his body and exited through his finger. And you know how a paper cut feels on your finger, right? But anyway, so there was another eyewitness who testified yesterday, and that eyewitness yesterday said that she and her friends, they were in a convertible Sebring, and at the same exact time that this white Cadillac was pulling up to shoot Tupac on the passenger side of Suge's car, they pulled up on the driver's side of Suge's car because one of the women in that car full of girls knew Suge. She said that when the shots rang out, she ducked down, pulled down one of her friends. So now they're both ducking down and they sped off. She said that as they were speeding off, they almost had a collision with a white vehicle. So, of course, the presumption is, or the inference, I should say, the inference is that that was the white Cadillac that had just fired off the shots. But that witness said she didn't see who the shooter was. She didn't see how many people were in the vehicle. She couldn't tell what type of a white car it was. She just confirmed that it was a white car. So that's the prosecution's case, right? And in Nevada, and if you're just tuning in, we're waiting for the live feed for the afternoon session to cut in. Chances are the 2 attorneys and the judge are sort of having a powwow about the logistics of the afternoon. It's very typical after lunch to sort of reset and decide how many witnesses there are, what time they're likely to leave, what time court's likely to be over. So that's probably what they're doing now. So anyway, so this is what the prosecution is saying happened. And in Nevada, even though Keffe D is not accused of actually being the shooter, he is alleged to be in the front passenger seat. Of course, he and his side, they're saying he wasn't even in Vegas. But the prosecutor is saying that not that he was the shooter, but that he basically was the ringleader. He rounded up the crew, got the gun, and was like, because he was the highest ranking member of their set of the Crips. And so they would have listened to him. He's the one who said, let's go avenge my cousin's beatdown, this 15, 20-second beatdown that had just happened. I mean, this kid he got kicked in the head a couple times, but that's about it. So in Nevada, all 4 of them in the car would be liable for this murder. But the other 3, including the nephew who got beaten up, who they believe was actually the shooter, he died in some other gangland saga 2 years later. And in the interim, in the ensuing 30 years, all 3 of those people have died. According to Nevada law, all of them would have been liable, but they got Keffe D. Now, here's where Keffe D went wrong. Years ago, Keffe D was a suspect, and they were aware of him from very, very early on, right? So people think, why did it take 23 years for them to figure this out? They did know who the occupants of the car were. They did know that they thought Orlando was the shooter. They did know that Keffe D had procured the gun. All of this they've known for almost 30 years, right? Here's what Keffe D did that was really smart. He negotiated through his lawyer a sit down with the police. And one of the terms was that nothing he said could be used to prosecute him. So this I'm imagining, because I wasn't there, I'm imagining that this is one of those situations where the police thought that they would use whatever he said to get to the actual shooter. So Keffe D negotiates with his attorney that anything he says cannot be used against him to prosecute him later. Perfect. Classic. Excellent lawyering. But then what does this guy go and do? he starts going on a bunch of documentaries, podcasts, interviews, radio shows, etc. And he starts telling the story outside of the protected environment that his lawyer had negotiated with the police. So now the police are like, now that they want to go after him and everybody else is deceased, before the trial started, they had to make a motion that they could use his language, that he had talked about everything in all these other non-protected settings, and each time adding a little bit of detail. So my hope is that we're going to hear some of these recordings. We're going to hear some of these podcasts. We'll see. Right now, they're just establishing that a crime happened, right? By the way, if you haven't recognized that that's what they're doing, they're spending the first 2, potentially up to 4 days just establishing that a crime happened, that the person they're accusing him of killing is actually dead, right? That's all they're doing right now. So hopefully we'll hear some of these documentaries and podcast clips where he is alleged to have spoken outside of the protected environment. So now the prosecutor is saying that we have enough of his retelling of the story and adding new facts outside of that protected conversation that we can use that to prosecute him. So apparently the state agreed. The state agreed, right? So this is where the guy went wrong. So now his defense attorney is up against the wall. So now what does the defense attorney have to say? The defense attorney has to say, well, wait a minute. He wasn't under oath when he was telling all those people all that stuff. He was blustering. He was known to embellish facts. He was known to exaggerate. He was lying. He was trying, and then he wrote a book. I would love to see what his sales were on that book and whether or not it was worth it. So then he writes a book. He's given all these extra facts. And this is why your lawyers always tell you, don't go to the media, without me, right? Without me. Don't talk to anybody. Don't talk to your friends. Don't tell your mom and dad. Nothing. Because of stuff like this. Right? This guy thinking he's going to, pull in a couple $1,000s to be on somebody's podcast or to be on somebody's, documentary. I bet he, A, doesn't have any of that money left over, and B, wishes that he had never done it. So this is how they're going to convict this guy if they end up convicting him. They're going to convict him on his own words. So the work of the defense counsel is going to be to convince the jury that he was lying. He was, back in my day, we called it fronting. I don't know if people use that, right? He was fronting. He was basically trying to be something that he's not. The other thing that the defense counsel is going to have to try to establish, and they're doing a pretty good job of it right now, at least one or two of these witnesses, I do believe, went in their favor. They are trying to get all of the people who are now on the stand or will be called on the stand to enter evidence. They're in the unique position of having to enter evidence that was not collected, gathered, summarized, or strategized by them. So the prosecution is putting all these witnesses on the stand, and they are basically the custodian of records, right? The custodian of records, it means that you are the right person to care for, preserve, archive, keep, and then discuss this evidence. The defense is trying to break down that, A, that these are the right people, and B, the defense is trying to say the record itself was shoddy. So now your third-hand retelling of a shoddy record is even shoddier and therefore unreliable. Let's see how that's going to go. That's the kind of defense that you can use when there's like one piece of shoddy evidence. But if they're going to try to say that 30 years of police work is all shoddy and that police officers can't retire and die without losing their cases, I don't think the jury's going to find that compelling. Because that's basically what he's saying. Every piece of evidence that the prosecution is about to present, you can't rely on any of it. And even if that would work for one or two pieces, when the pieces of shoddy evidence start stacking up and they get to a certain point, suddenly they become more and more compelling, right? When you stack bad evidence together, it can start looking very, very compelling, right? It's like when you try to say that everybody who testified that you did it is lying, the jury's thinking, okay, maybe one or two of these guys might be lying, but everybody's lying but your client, right? It's a tough road to hoe, right? If you know that expression, it's a tough route. It's a tough way to go. It's a tough defense to try to put on. So anyway, so we've been hearing from a lot of police officers. We've heard from the security guards at the security executives or officers at the MGM Grand. We've heard from the current I guess she's the current coroner, and she is analyzing the work of the coroner that actually did the autopsy 30 years ago. And the defense has done a good job of getting them all to say, yeah, I mean, there are other things that I could have used, and if I had them, I would have used them. This piece, the defense got some of them to admit that some pieces were missing. The defense tried to string up a couple people. It didn't quite work. There was one moment where the custodian of records at the MGM Grand, the guy who was sort of in charge of maintaining the archive of the MGM security footage, he started out by trying to get the guy to say, "Can you read this print?" He was hoping the guy would say, "No, not really." The guy was like, "Yeah, I pretty much can read all of it." That was a missed opportunity, right? Because he tried to what he was trying to do was he was trying to demonstrate that this guy has to squint his eyes the same way that we squint our eyes, right? Like, he's no closer to the information than the average Joe who also can't see. But the guy didn't fall for it. The guy was like, "Yeah, I know what that says. I can pretty much read all of that." So that didn't work. But he did get other people to say, "I don't know. Yes, I wish I had more information. Yes, the record could have had more stuff in it. Yes, some stuff has disappeared from the record." But that's going to get tired quick. If he's going to do that for every witness, that's going to get old real quick. But he has to do it. He has to do it because he doesn't know which piece of this information the jury's going to find most compelling. And if he decides, to let up off of that theory and doesn't challenge the reliability of an old record, and that's the one record that the jury, for whatever reason, really resonates with, then he's out of luck. Let me check the live stream.
A lot of people got hurt behind this situation in itself. Living the life and how we lived in Compton is one thing. You bring back all of the guys that made it, like me, I'm 61 years old now, to rehash and relive this situation again. I told every attorney in here that tried to get me to come here, you better treat me as a hostile witness. And I think that's where I'm about to go now, because you're asking me questions. I can't answer those questions.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Then I'm not going to speak on Orlando. Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you and everybody else. I said it on my podcast show. Him, Suge, and my brother. I'd have shot all three of them if he touched me. That's how I was living.
Why is that?
That's what I was back then.
And so, is it fair to say that your reputation and your standing in the neighborhood would require you to do something if you're going to get punked by somebody like Tupac?
You don't have a choice, or you can't be there.
I'm sorry. We're doing some side talking. No, that's my fault. I asked, would that being in the life that you were, if somebody like Tupac is punking you, like by punching you in the face or something like that, you would have to retaliate, or you would lose your place in the neighborhood.
You would have to go back home and fight everybody that called you a punk. You would have to go. There's some rules that you roll with, and some rules you just got to handle. Certain things need to be dealt with, adjusted, living that life. And when I was living that life, it wasn't no ifs, ands, or buts. It wasn't no, oh, you get a pass. No, I was shot him, to be honest.
So then you had mentioned, I'm not going to ask you to go into any specifics, but you had mentioned that after what happened here in Las Vegas, there were issues between the neighborhoods. How long did that last? Was it like, all right, one day we're good, everything's done, or did it last for longer than that?
No, it was tension in the air for quite a long time, until I guess both sides, and he might agree, just said, let that shit go. Because it really wasn't our beef. This was between Suge Knight and Keffe D. And people put themselves in situations like myself. I'm guilty as everybody else. Like myself, I put myself in a situation to protect something and somebody that didn't have nothing to do with me. I did it for a paycheck. I did it on some just because. I'm older now. I get it. But we did things for all the wrong reasons at that time, in them days.
Court's indulgent. Your Honor, State will pass a witness.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Stamps.
Sir, have you ever met me?
Excuse me?
Have you ever met me before?
No.
Have you ever spoken to the district attorneys prior to your testimony here today?
Once.
And is that what you're referring to is the time that you told them, like, hey, any attorney here is better treat me as hostile because...
Yeah, I told him I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Now, a couple questions for you, sir. This is more for clarification. So on the night of the murder, you were working as the head of security for 662.
Yes.
Explain for us a little bit about the club. Was that Shook's club or was it somebody else's club?
Shook, to my understanding.
Okay. And when you were there as head of security, were you there, had you worked there as head of security prior to this particular night?
We did an event there once before. Yeah, same thing.
Okay. And on this particular night, was this an event like some type of fundraiser or something for police officers or anything like that? Do you recall what the event was for?
We wouldn't have been there.
Okay.
No.
What was the reason for the event?
It was Mike Tyson fight. Tyson was coming back. Tupac was supposed to perform like other people, and we was there for that.
Okay. Can you describe for us how big the club is so that we can...
30 years ago, a little bit bigger than this room.
So it's relatively, it's not like a two-story, it's
No,
not,
it's
you know.
small.
All right. And in terms of the club itself, you were there and you were sharing with us that there were other people that were there.
Yes.
Law enforcement as well as, I don't know, people from your side of town.
Oh, law enforcement was outside. The Metro would say, why y'all putting words in my mouth?
Sure.
They were outside.
Okay.
We were on the inside. Wasn't no law enforcement mingling with us.
So as far as you know, law enforcement wasn't hired by Reggie Wright to provide additional security?
No,
at
this was
Club
Metro
662?
posted up all over the place.
And so they were there specifically just to, like what, harass or just send a warning or what?
No, they were there. Like when you have events in Las Vegas, everybody knows. You're going to see Metro here, every block.
Yeah.
They was posted up, which they do all the time.
But you're telling me that as head of security, you do not know or you don't believe that Reggie Wright hired the Metro officers to come in?
I know for a fact he didn't hire the Metro police.
Do you know how many people were on the payroll that night from your security team?
Well, y'all do paperwork different than we did. Our paperwork was getting cash money. Our paperwork was what they call under the table. We had at least 30, 40 of my homeboys there. Reggie Wright Jr. and his security, his company, the people who work for him, didn't have nothing to do with what Shield paid us for working. So that was two different entities, Reggie and Shield. The homies was there for the Shield night. Reggie Wright hired his company to watch over Shield night people.
Right.
So his security did like the right thing. My security did what they ain't gonna do. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
The police gonna walk you out of there. We gonna drag you out of there. So it was a difference, but not on the same paper.
Sure. And once again, the intent was to protect 662, right? To protect the club, protect the patrons that were going to go there, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of your knowledge of what happened on that night, fair to say you weren't present when the shots had rung out?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And your testimony is that you had heard from other people initially that, hey, Tupac had been shot.
Yes.
And you had thought maybe other people were maybe relieved, thinking like, okay, it's not that big of a deal, he's gonna be okay.
That's what came back to 662. People that went to the scene, and everybody said Tupac was talking. So everybody came back to the club saying he's gonna be all right. So people just went back to, mingling.
Right. Now, in terms of the that night, you go back to Compton. You live in Compton.
Yes.
You still live in Compton?
No.
At the time you live in Compton, you go back to Compton, and you tell us that there was a lot of tension. Can you describe that for us when you went back in terms of what kind of tension we're talking about?
You sure you want me to answer that?
Is it going to be graphic?
No, I ain't gonna. I got to raise the word in it, but you asking me a question. I don't. And what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why I'm here where I'm at and the way I am, because I changed my life. I'm raising my grandkids, teaching them never to be like their papa. And here I am explaining to people what I used to be, and I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that at all. And you asking me questions that can hurt him. And like I told them, I'm trying to avoid to answer the questions that they might look at me and say, something is wrong.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me help you out with this.
Thank you.
So these people right here, what they want to know from you is, did you see who shot Tupac?
I told you no.
Correct. So outside of that question, right, the next question I'm asking you is, when you went back to Compton, was it like a Southside Crip shoots a Pyro Blood, and then a Pyro Blood shoots a Southside Crip? Is that the tension that we're talking about?
Do I answer this?
That's a straightforward question. It's a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Did you see that?
When I was a part of that life, I was a part of that. And I was, no, because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize.
When we got back to Compton,
okay,
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood,
okay,
as well they did mine.
Okay.
But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being sought because people wanted to kill them.
Sure. Were they the only ones that they wanted to kill?
Am I the only one up in here? No, they weren't the only one. Okay. It's his neighborhood in particular.
Right.
But they were the main subjects of a gang war. They was in the middle, such as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay, but my question to you,
Stop.
Can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, I will.
And I apologize. I just want to make sure that we're clear, okay, for these people. In terms of that information, none of those people were there, right?
And what people you be speaking on? The people that was already in the neighborhood, or the people that left Las Vegas that same night Tupac was shot to go home, bare their arms, and go to somebody else's neighborhood to look for somebody? They had to pay it back.
So once again, my question to you is that the information that I'm asking about is the people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitness to something that happened in Vegas? No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me were eyewitnesses to what happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Just answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't answer that without a what you call it. You trying to tell me to say something that You're not gonna understand if you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing.
Whoa.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, focus for a second.
No, I am focused, very.
Focus on this. My question to you is this. You didn't know what happened that night because you weren't there.
I was at 662.
Right. You know who that was there.
I know everybody that was there.
Okay? Like who?
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping. I'm not gonna explain that. I can't answer that.
Okay, let me ask you this next question then. You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason, knew what happened here in Las Vegas.
A phone conversation. People found out when people left Las Vegas the same night Tupac was shot, went straight back to Compton. It only takes 3.5 hours to get home.
Sure.
Yes, it wasn't a problem for people to find out what happened. No problem at all.
They got on their phones, they texted people, they let them know what happened here on the night of the shooting?
Yeah. They had walkie-talkies, they had all kind of phones. They had ways to call people to say whatever. But when people left Las Vegas that same night, after they found out and got in their cars and went home because it was a situation, Pac was shot. Retaliation is a mug. Come on, man. It was for real, for real. All of this was for real.
Now, the night of the shooting, did you have a walkie-talkie? A Nextel thing or something like that?
No.
Did Reggie Wright?
I don't know what he had. I don't know how much money he had in his pocket. I don't know what he had on his hip.
But you were the head of securities, but you're telling us you did not have any type of device.
Right-way security has nothing to do with the gang-banging security, power rules, whatever you want to call it. They had nothing to do with us.
Okay.
The phones that Suge had for certain individuals, they had the phones. Like the guy that was bodyguard for Tupac that night. Like some of the guys that was at the Tyson fight, like Suge Knight. Certain individuals had phones. Yes, they did.
Okay, so, all right, I get what you're saying. You're not there, but you're saying other people were.
Yes, I'm saying there was a lot of people there.
A lot of people were there at the shooting that took place.
That was in the entourage, yes.
Let's see. Okay, just one final question. You're here today, and I think the state had asked this question, under a subpoena. You're ordered to be here today, right?
Yes.
In terms of that subpoena, for instance, is that's the only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena?
I don't have no other reason to be here.
Yeah. In order for you to get that subpoena, you were served that subpoena back in California?
Yes.
By a police officer?
I don't know. He wasn't in uniform.
Okay. And that order required you to go to a court in California?
I had to go to court in Victorville.
And then that court in California said you have to show up here.
And in that court, I cussed them out and told them, you can't make me do nothing.
Right.
And in that court, they told me that I would be in attempted court. Me raising my grandkids, I'm not going to put my grandkids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And like I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something, I'm going to be honest about it. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're going to have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not going to talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here. I'm not finna send him to prison. You are.
So the accusation now is because of the fact that we're trying to ask you questions, you're blaming it on me.
You asking me questions. If I just answer your questions, we gonna have a problem in here, a misunderstanding. And you're asking me something that wouldn't be good for him.
Right. And once again, I just want to, look, we're just trying to figure out who shot Tupac. You're telling us that you weren't there at the scene. That's all I want to know. At the end of the day, that's it. Right?
Was I in the entourage when Tupac got shot? No.
Okay. Nothing else, right?
I was at 662. I mean, that ain't hard. That's easy math.
No further questions, John.
Anything further, State?
Jesus.
All right, we've got one more phase and then we'll let you out of here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands? Oh, we do have one. Okay, hang on 1 second.
Okay, so they're going on mute by arrangement, by negotiation with law and crime, that every time they have a sidebar or they have to approach the judge, they go silent. They're going to read the questions from the jurors. I'll be interested to see what this is. You guys, this is gang life 30 years after the fact. So this is interesting. Let's hear what this question is going to be from the jury.
From one of our jurors, if you can answer it. Did Reggie Wright Jr. instruct security to not have firearms the night of the fight?
To be honest, I don't know if Reggie Wright told his people or the police officers not to have guns, and I don't know why. He sure didn't tell us because we had ours. And that's the honest truth.
All right. Any follow-up based on that state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
I just want to clarify what the witnesses said. You're telling us that you had guns that night?
Yeah.
I just want to know. But you had guns that night, right?
Yes, we did.
All right, thank you.
All right. I know you didn't want to be here, but thank you for coming down.
Okay, can I say something? I want to apologize to everybody, but I find this kind of funny. And truthfully, what you're going through, brother, is what you're going through. I didn't want to be a part of that, and I'm not a part of that. So I appreciate everything, and I apologize to all of you guys.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. You are free to go. State's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State's calling Reggie Wright Jr.
Tell me in the chat, you guys, while they're swearing him in, did that guy help or hurt when he kept saying, "I don't want to send this man to jail. I don't want to send this man to jail"? Does that help Keffe D or hurt Keffe D? What do y'all think?
All right. Jordan's investigating the burning smell. Anyone like smelling that? The burning smell? Maybe. If anybody's smelling something burning, it's a burnt bagel from back there, so don't worry, we're all... Okay. Are we able to... Is this good?
I think he was leaving them like that to swear, and then we'll turn them
Okay, perfect, got it. All right, we'll have you sworn then, Mr. Wright.
Raise your right hand.
Okay, so it looks like this guy is an inmate. Oh my goodness. Listen, these gangsters, they get old and fat. He's an inmate. They're bringing him in to testify.
Reginald Lilburn Wright Jr. Reginald. Lilburn is Lil. B as in boy. URN. Wright is WRIGHT. And I'm a junior.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you mind if I call you Reggie?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Sir, where did you grow up?
I grew up in the city of Compton, California. I was born and raised there until about the age of 19.
And who is your father? Who's your father?
My father is Reginald Wright Sr.
And where did your father work?
He worked for the city of Compton Police Department.
And at some point, had he risen up the ranks of the Compton Police Department to become a lieutenant, is it, of gangs?
Eventually a captain, but during most of his career was a lieutenant.
Where did you ultimately become a police officer yourself?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I was a civilian jailer from 1985 until 1989, and then I became a police officer from 1989 until I retired in 1996.
Why did you retire?
I received a medical retirement for I have vascular necrosis in my right ankle, but that's not why I'm like this. This is a result of COVID.
After you left the Compton PD or took your medical retirement, where did you next work?
Well, to be honest, my last year or two of being a police officer, I was employed as death row security, head of security, and also had a private security company.
Now, was that something that was called like moonlighting, that officers would moonlight when they were off duty?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to us what moonlighting means when you're off duty?
Well, moonlighting is pretty much just working off duty on your off duty hours, working for different companies. I worked for several companies. It wasn't just death row. I worked for trucking companies, doing security. Worked at nightclub, the Raiders Club, that was inside of the Compton Hotel. Worked several video shoots. Just extra money on the side for off duty.
Compton PD wasn't paying good?
Guess I was a little young and greedy.
Yeah. And then at some point you said one of the jobs that you had was moonlighting for Death Row. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what Death Row is?
Death Row Records is a record company that was based out of Beverly Hills, California. And, yeah.
And who ran Death Row Records at that time?
A gentleman that I actually grew up with at elementary school, junior high, and high school by the name of Marion Suge Knight.
And when you say Suge, is that what he would go by?
I call him Suge.
So after you retired, did you, well actually let me take a step back. As part of your role as a police officer in Compton, were you familiar with the different neighborhoods and the members of different neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of your job to know what areas were associated with what gangs?
Pretty much a job, and like I said, I started in like 1985, so kind of got familiar while I was working the jail, and it was something that was curious to me, you know, being that my father was active with the gangs, and it was something that was intriguing to me as well.
So when you said you grew up with Suge, did you grow up in the same neighborhood that Suge grew up in?
Yes, about 2 blocks away.
Was that considered Mob Piru territory?
That's correct, sir.
Were you so when you were growing up, were you familiar with the Mob Piru?
They came on eventually later. It was really a Luther's Park, Piru area. But then, I guess when I was about in the 7th grade, which would have been like 1978, maybe a little later, 80, they started calling themselves the Mob Piru.
So they were Luther's Park, Piru before, and then they transitioned to being called Mob Piru.
Yeah, we pretty much divided it, everything south of Rosecrans was mob, and everything north was, or the other way around. North was mob, and south were Luther's area of Rosecrans Avenue. The streets of Compton as a police officer from 1889.
Were you familiar with somebody by the name that went by the moniker Keffe D?
Well, heard of him. Had no personal interactions with him at that point, especially as in law enforcement. Heard of him, knew of him, but I had no personal contact with Keffe at that time.
So he was somebody that was on your radar, even though you had never met him or any had personal interaction with him.
Heard of him. He was mainly known as well, at one point he was known as a crackhead, but then later on he was known as a drug dealer, and I mainly was a gang guy, and didn't really enforce on the level of narcotics he was working.
All right, so then you had mentioned that after you had left the Compton PD, you formed a company. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. So, in '94, initially I was using a private security company because I was kind of in charge for security for Death Row called Code 4. But once I saw I was about to get retired, I opened up my own private company called Right Way Protective Services. And that didn't really get started until about 1995. But in '94, I was using another private company.
And who were your clients? Was your client just Death Row, or did you do anything else?
I had a couple of clients, like Honda of Pasadena, which was a automotive dealership, a dealership in Compton that they were repoing people's cars and they needed a car. But my biggest, 95% of my clientele was Death Row Records.
Now, tell me about that. What were you doing when you're saying you're security or you're a security company that's working for Death Row Records or getting contracted by Death Row Records? What does that mean, actually?
It grew over a time period. In '94, it was just mainly just special events. And then I have a couple of off-duty or retired police officers hanging with the artists in '94. '95, '96, it got a little bigger. Had security at the office, at the recording studios, driving Mr. Knight around, two with Mr. Shakur, two with Snoop Dogg, Mr. Brodus, and other artists when they went to promotional events like that. So I could pretty much have about 10 officers working a day.
And when you say 10 officers, were the people that you would contract with or work for you in this world, were they largely off-duty police officers?
Off-duty or reserves or retired.
And why is that?
Because they were able to carry guns concealed, where it's not exposed. We had exposed officers at the studio, but mainly the bodyguards carried their weapons concealed.
And we heard...
And for the training as well.
We heard from James McDonald just before you hit the stand. Was it fair to say that there were Mob Piru gang members also around Death Row Records?
That's correct. Mob, Looters, West Side, generally Pirus from the city of Compton.
And are these gangs that are generally associated with the Bloods? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And the Crips are, let me ask you, Crips and Bloods, are they an alliance or are they typically in conflict?
Typically in conflict. However, Death Row was a unique situation because one of their main artists, prior to Mr. Shakur coming to the label, was Snoop Dogg, who was a known Crip from Long Beach. And they all seemed to have a great working relationship prior to my arrival and even during my arrival.
All right. I want to ask you about Bad Boy Records. Are you familiar with a company called Bad Boy Records?
Yes, sir, I am.
And who, to your knowledge, was running Bad Boy Records in the mid-'90s?
P. Diddy, Sean Combs, Puffy. I don't know what name he's going by today.
All right. So we'll go with Mr. Combs for now.
Okay.
So Mr. Combs was running Bad Boy Record, and then who would you say his most prominent artist at that time was?
Christopher Wallace, Biggie Small.
Okay. And then was there tension between Death Row Records and Bad Boy, the Bad Boy Entertainment label?
At what time period?
Well, you tell me. At any point, did tension develop between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records?
Initially, when I was around in '94, there wasn't. However, some things happened in '95 that started tension between Death Row and Bad Boys.
There's a famous speech that Mr. Knight gives at the Source Awards in New York in 1995. Does that contribute to it?
Yes, sir. That was August the 6th, 1995. But yes, sir. That was when he let the world know.
And then there's another incident where one of Suge's associates was killed in Atlanta. Is that right?
That was in September 25th, I believe. Yes, sir.
And then is it fair to say that your perception of a security for Death Row Records was that somebody associated with Bad Boy Entertainment may have had something to do with the murder of one of Suge's friends in Atlanta.
That was always the story that was told to us, yes, sir.
And so, is it fair to say by 1995, the end of 1995, that there was significant tension between Bad Boy and Death Row?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent that it even involved violence with regards to Suge Knight's friend being killed.
Correct. That was the first time something escalated to that point. Yes, sir.
As security for Death Row, how did you handle this?
Well, we was always on some type of attention when it came to Bad Boys or going to the East Coast, which Suge and I continuously went to the East Coast because he had a lot of business. His distributor, the main distributor, was located out there. The big trade, like the magazines and stuff, was out there. So I can honestly say he and I, and maybe a few of his homeboys, went out there at least once a week, once a month, I'm sorry, during that time. When Mr. Shakur came home, we went down a little bit, but we were still going out there, and we didn't go as much.
And when you say when Mr. Shakur came home, at some point did Death Row sign Mr. Shakur to its record label?
It's debated how that happened, but
I'm not asking about the how. I'm just saying, did it happen?
Yes, sir. I believe he came home October the 12th of 1995.
Now, as security for Death Row, were you aware that Mr. Shakur was actually out on a bond, an appeals bond from prison from New York?
Yes, sir.
And I believe the allegation has something to do with sexual misconduct. Is that right?
Yeah.
If you don't know.
I mean, something like that. I wouldn't call it that, but yeah.
Okay, whatever it was, there was some kind of issue. Mr. Shakur is in prison in New York, and then Death Row Records posts an appellate bond for Mr. Shakur.
They are with some other companies, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then Mr. Shakur does he move to where Death Row is, or does he stay in the New York area, or where does he go?
No, I remember, I picked him up from the airport, me and one of my security guys named Keffe D. And we took him immediately, we went to Monty's restaurant and ate. Then we went to the studio, the recording studio that night. And from that point on, we got him into a room, took him to the Peninsula Hotel, where he stayed for, I believe, a month or two. Then he got a spot on Wilshire, and later on a house in Calabasas.
As the head of Right Way Security, which was contracted by Death Row Records, were you responsible for Tupac Shakur's security?
Yes, sir.
How did you handle Tupac Shakur's security?
Well, I had two guys that were primarily always assigned to him. One guy was a guy by the name of Kevin Hackey, who was with him a lot at the beginning. Later on, towards the end, a gentleman by the name of Frank Alexander was the one that worked with him as well. And then I will always have additional guys, like Al Giddings, as one of them fill in for him when those guys wasn't available. But generally always had one security guard with him. After this particular song came out, in about May or June, we upped it to 2 security officers.
Now, you mentioned a particular song came out that changed how you handled Tupac Shakur's security. What song are you talking about?
It was a song called Hit 'Em Up.
And is it fair to say that in that song, Tupac is aggressively expressing his dislike for the members of Bad Boy Entertainment as well as other artists?
That's fair to say.
And as a result of that, you decided to change the security for Tupac or increase it?
Well, I was a part of the discussion and ultimately had to approve it, but I'm sure Mr. Knight, possibly Mr. Shakur, and maybe the security officer that was primarily with them, we all agreed that he probably needed another guy with him.
were you aware during this time of a gang from Compton being used by Bad Boy Entertainment when they came to the West Coast?
We had heard those rumors and we were familiar.
And what gang was that?
Compton Southside Crips.
Now, the Southside Crips, that was the same gang that you had told us earlier that Mr. Davis belonged to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And by Mr. Davis, I mean Keffe D.
That's what I believe he is, yes.
Yeah. And then, was there ever a time where Death Row and you and whatever other unofficial security Death Row had a clash with Bad Boy and the Southside Compton Crips at all?
Yes. We had it at a Soul Train Music Awards. I previously stated that Mr. Davis was with him, and I even think I might have even said that he was one of the ones close to the guy with the gun. Never said he was the one with the gun, but there's been out there, social media, where a gentleman has came out and admitted that he was the one that actually had the gun that particular incident by the name of C. Gutter.
So do you remember, well, I'm going to ask you what your independent recollection is. Tell us about that incident. So we're at the Soul Train, what is it, the Soul Train Music Awards?
Soul Train Music Awards, yes.
And approximately what timeline are we looking at?
April, May of 95.
Of 95?
Sorry, 96.
Okay, of 96.
I'm sorry.
And you had mentioned before the song Hit 'Em Up. Was this before or after the song Hit 'Em Up?
That was before Hit 'Em Up.
Okay, that was before Hit 'Em Up. Yes, okay. Tell us what happened at the Soul Train Music Awards.
We pulled in. Originally, we had an entourage of about 50 people with us, but they only allowed two cars of us to get back in the back parking lot, because that's where they had all the setup and the motorhomes and stuff like that. So we drove in the back. Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur, and a few of the outlaws was inside of a Hummer, and myself and Frank, which was Tupac's security that night, Mr. Shakur's security that night. We drove in behind them. As we was getting out of the vehicle, or getting ready to park, Mr. Shakur saw Christopher Wallace and Puffy and a group of people, a few guys that I recognized from the South Side, in that entourage. As they were, Mr. Shakur immediately became enraged and started yelling, and confrontation between Mr. Small, Biggie, and Mr. Shakur took place, to the point where one of their guys brandished a weapon. And then that's when I pulled my firearm towards him and begged with him, pleaded with him not to raise the gun. There was some security from the Nation of Islam there. They got in the middle of it, broke us up. The gentlemen took off and ran towards the street in the parking lot.
I'm sorry, who ran towards the street?
The gentleman with the gun and a couple of the people that was with him took off and ran.
Now, you said that Southside was providing that type of backup?
They were with them in Entourage, yes, sir.
Do you recall whether Dwayne Davis was one of those people?
Believe he was, I know he was with them, but like I said, I don't believe he was the one with the gun.
All right, let's fast forward to September 7th, 1996, or that weekend. When do you come to Las Vegas for that weekend?
I came out that Friday. I believe that was the 6th. The Friday was the 6th. I think the 7th is the day.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I came out that Friday. So we had a nightclub that was in the process of being open. And out here, I guess, there's some type of cars that everyone that work around people that's having alcohol, I think they were called town cars or something like that at the time. I had to get all my security guards to have those particular cars for that night, because the attorney that was assisting us in getting the club open said, hey, y'all got to be really on y'all P's. We got to have everything on point, because if everything goes smoothly tonight, there's a good chance we're going to be able to get the permits transferred from the previous owners to Mr. Knight's name.
Okay, and so I want to stop you there.
Okay.
First, you're talking about you got advice from an attorney. Do you remember who that attorney was?
Yes, sir.
Who was that attorney?
George Calise.
Okay. And then when you got the advice from the attorney was generally telling you got to be on your P's and Q's, so to speak?
Yes.
When you're talking about being on your P's and Q's so that the club can be transferred to Suge Knight, was Club 662 at that time in Mr. Knight's name?
No, it was perceived that it was. People believed it, even because of the name change. Excuse me. But it hasn't officially been, the paperwork hasn't officially, it never was completed. It was never done.
Now, you talk about the name change. Explain to us a little bit about the name change.
Well, we had a sign and all of that called Club 662.
Explain to us what 662 means.
662 on the keyboard of your phone, it would spell out the word MOB, which means Members of the Bloods.
Well, nobody has keyboards on their phones anymore.
I forgot about that.
And so the club itself, the name of the club itself rang out that it was a blood-affiliated club.
That's correct.
Now, what advice did Mr. Kalisis give you regarding being on your P's and Q's for that night in order for Suge Knight to be able to obtain approval for running that club?
So he advised, and the main thing that came out of that meeting was he advised all of my security guards, even though that they were authorized to carry guns, being off-duty police officers and stuff, that we shouldn't have guns on our possession inside of the club on that night.
So your understanding was, or at least the advice that you got was, inside Club 662, if you're working it for right-way security,
Correct.
you're not carrying a gun.
Yes, sir.
Did you communicate that to the people working for you?
So we had a meeting in Mr. Khalif's office. He said it. Mr. Khalif said it. My guys probably wouldn't have did anything if I didn't echo it. Today I can't say I echoed it and agreed to it, but I'm sure I did.
What you're saying is you don't have an independent recollection, but you think you probably did echo Mr. Khalif's advice.
Yes, sir.
And when was this meeting?
That Friday after they had all came from the town cars meeting, because I took them all to Fridays, and we went and ate at Fridays after that meeting. So it was that Friday.
Okay. And then so the process was with your folks, people working with you, was that they had to get their TAM cards or whatever temporary work cards required to do the work that you needed them to do in 662. Then have a meeting with the attorney. The attorney tells them, hey, we're trying to get this club transferred to Suge's name. Let's keep it clean and don't carry a firearm.
That's correct.
Did you do anything else that night, Friday at all relevant to the events that occurred on September 7th, 1996?
The club actually opened on Fridays and Saturdays, but for some reason we didn't get a big attendance on Friday nights. But Saturday night, it was a different night.
So you knew that that night, September 7th, 1996, was the night that Mike Tyson was fighting Bruce Suttner. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that part of the reason why you guys were going to have the club open because of that fight?
Those were the only times the club, under Mr. Knight, the Club 662 banner, we only did that about 3 times. And that would have been the 4th time. And so we only opened those 4 times, the Friday and the Saturday. And then we did it one more time where Mr. Shakur and Snoop Dogg did a St. Ives commercial, which was just a promotional private video shoot for a commercial.
Now, who was in charge of the security for Club 662 that night?
Well, ultimately I am, but I had a on-site supervisor by the name of Al Giddens. He was actually who I consider in charge of the club, but ultimately as the owner I was.
And then we heard from James McDonald. He's suggested that he had a role in security as well, maybe different than your role in security. Were you aware of James McDonald being there at the club?
Yeah, James was a headache for my security. They hated him. But he and I, we've been knowing each other over 52 years, you know. So, I mean, that was like my brother. So, he, James used to do it as a hustle. What James would do is go outside, get guys that looked like they had a bunch of money, and bring them to the front of the line. And that drove my security crazy, but James was just out there working the door. Still gonna have a bunch of his homeboys to come and be on the lookout, you know, still, you know, blood related, Paru related, to be around. But James was mainly doing a little side hustle.
Now, in terms of as the person in charge, or the person contracted to be in charge of death row security, were you aware that Tupac Shakur was going to come to the fight on September 7th, 1996?
Definitely the plan. That was definitely the plan, and there was a reason that I knew he had to come, but that was definitely the plan.
Okay, well, tell us the reason why he had to come.
So we, Mr. Khalees, who, he had, something worked out, because that's why we had off-duty police officers. I don't know if they were off-duty, they were in uniform, so I don't know if they was working off-duty or they were on duty. But we had, my guys were responsible from the door inside, where the police officers were responsible for the door and the street traffic control and the parking lot. And so I guess how they got that approved was
Well, if you're guessing,
okay.
I don't want you to guess. Were you the person responsible for whatever event control or traffic control that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department did?
No, sir.
Were you the point of contact?
I was the point of contact for the club, yes.
Yeah, but you're the point of contact for the club. And then the person, is it fair to say that the person dealing with whatever traffic control or event control or population control, whatever it was that the attorney, George Cleese?
He was the one that got them there.
Okay.
Made the call to get them there.
Okay, so you weren't the one that called Metro?
No, sir.
So anything that you would have said regarding that is just kind of you trying to put the dots together, assuming what that conversation might have been.
And the only reason I say that because I knew we promoted it as a benefit for a retired boxer, for a police or retired. He was a retired police officer that was promoting or had something to do with boxing for youth or something like that.
So that kind of is adding to the P's and Q's that make Mr. Knight look better when the transfer of when they're trying to transfer this club. Hey, we're also holding a benefit. That
And also Mr. Shakur was trying to work off some community service hours that he needed. I don't know how they made it happen in LA County.
And so Mr. Shakur was scheduled to perform that night at Club 662, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're telling us that it was your understanding that Mr. Shakur performing at Club 662 at this benefit would help him accumulate hours for community service.
Yes, sir.
So when was Tupac Shakur supposed to come to Las Vegas?
Well, they always came up on that Saturday. I know that they arrived about 4 p.m. on that Saturday, but if they were scheduled to come out earlier or not, I'm not sure.
And then at some point, who's the security for Tupac that Saturday?
Mr. Alexander, but he was out there with me, getting the town cars and everything. Mr. Shakur actually rode up with, I guess, his fiance and a few members of the Outlaws.
And who are the Outlaws?
The Outlaws is a bunch of people, actually, but it's a group of rappers that works with Mr. Shakur that he was trying to help get their careers going.
And was Malcolm Greenidge one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And I think he goes by the name Edie Amin.
That's correct, sir.
And Qatari Cox, was he one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And then Afula, and I always get the name wrong, but Mr. Afula, was he also one of the members of the Outlaws?
He was as well.
Okay. And you said Mr. Alexander was the person that's supposed to be working security, or the person assigned for security for Mr. Shakur, but that he was with you. So on Saturday, was anybody with Mr. Shakur?
No, sir.
And you had mentioned earlier that after the song "Hit 'Em Up" had come out, and that was probably what 3-4 months before this, you had assigned 2 security officers to Mr. Shakur.
That's correct.
So where's the other one?
Well, that was Mr. Hackey, Kevin Hackey. He was scheduled to also be attending and writing, and that's what I actually thought was going to be with him, coming up with him, because he normally was with him. You know, him and Mr. Alexander, they kind of worked out who would be with Mr. Shakur. And for some reason, he didn't show up. He now telling me he had a late arrest, and he was stuck at the hospital all day dealing with an arrest.
So the fight night arrives. Where are you? You go to the fight?
I went to the parking lot of the fight, so it was kind of hectic to get inside, but also got a call from Mr. Giddings, Al Giddings, who was my supervisor at the club, and they was having some logistic problems, some problems there, and I elected to go and get things in order at the club.
So you get to the parking lot at MGM, see it's a little crazy, and decide to head over to Club 662.
That's correct.
And was Club 662, it was on Flamingo, is that right?
1700 block of Flamingo, yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, can I see Exhibit 2? I'm going to publish Exhibit 2, which has already been admitted. All right, actually, Mr. Wright, you're not in a position great for any of this, but there we have, can you see the 662 up there?
I don't have my glasses.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
I got you. Commissioner Brooks, Your Honor? Your Honor, Commissioner Brooks?
Oh, yeah. I'm saying about the courtroom freely.
Thank you. You see clubs, there's a red 662 club on this map. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Is that accurately representing where Club 662 was?
Yes, sir.
So you leave the Las Vegas Strip and head over to Club 662?
That's correct, sir.
Did you handle the logistical issues at Club 662?
I guess. I'm sure we got worked out. Yes, sir.
And then, was Club 662, did you stay at Club 662 or did you head back to the Strip that night?
No, I stayed there the whole time until I was contacted by some other individuals.
Okay, so we'll start, before we get there, how was 662 super busy that night or was it kind of less crowded?
The clubs generally didn't start getting crowded until about 11 p.m. I think we were there like 8:30. Well, it eventually got there, but I wouldn't call it super crowded at that point.
And then you said you were there and then you, something changed. Well, we all know that on September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur was shot and Mr. Knight was at least grazed in the head by a bullet. Did you find out about that?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out about that?
2 gentlemen, Buntry, true name was Alton McDonald, and a gentleman by the name of Neckbone. Well, his true name is Roger Williams, and his moniker is Neckbone. They came inside the club and came straight to me. It was like, Reggie, Suge and Pop just got shot down the street. I thought they were messing with me because they like, where Reggie at, because I wasn't there with him. But then Mr. Khaleesi, who was standing near me, I guess he talked to some of the officers that was working out front, and he kind of verified to me that something happened. And then by that time, I see about 4 or 5 other units that were working at the club. They started taking out, heading that way.
Now you mentioned 2 people, Buntry, Alton McDonald. Does Buntry have any relation to James McDonald, the person that testified before you?
That's his little brother. Yes, sir.
And then you mentioned Neckbone, Roger Williams. Were these people employed by Right Way Security?
No, sir.
Were they part of Mount Pyro?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say, as we talked about earlier, that Suge would have members of Mob Piru around?
Correct.
And while they weren't official security, would you say they provided a different form of security?
That'd be a fair, yes, that's correct.
So upon hearing the fact that, well, at that time when Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were headed to Club 662, were you aware of their movements? Were you aware that they were headed over to the club at that point?
Not at that point. I hadn't heard anything. Frank hadn't communicated anything with me, and I just knew they would eventually will get there. But no, I I didn't know any movement where they were at or when they were coming towards our way.
Oh, you had said Frank hadn't told you anything. At this point, had Frank met up with Tupac?
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank was with Mr. Shakur since about 4 p.m. on that day, 4 to 5 p.m. on Saturday. He was with him all that day.
So he didn't drive out with Mr. Shakur, but he eventually met up with Mr. Shakur.
That's correct. Him and another gentleman who initially was with him by the name of Michael Moore.
And was Mr. Moore also a member of security?
He worked for Right Way as well.
Okay. And so then you have Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight headed to Club 662. To your knowledge, were there other people headed over? I guess we already heard about Neckbone and Buntree. Were there other people headed over to Club 662 with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur? On driving over, was there more than one car, or were there a number of cars driving over to Club 662?
And I can only speak on what I know now.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, back then, did you know?
I just know who normally with them.
So after Buntree and Neckbone tell you that Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight had been shot, and you seem to get some confirmation from the attorney, what do you do?
Me and Mr. Khalees and Michael Moore, who was with Mr. Shakur earlier, who got, his primary job was to work at the club. He and I jumped in the car with Mr. Khalees and headed towards the scene where we were told Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight was. However, en route, Mr. Khalees was on the phone and we were notified that they were headed to UMC.
So did you go to UMC then?
That's correct.
Now, taking a step back, did you see the car that Buntree and Neckbone arrived to Club 662 in?
Eventually, yes, sir.
And did you notice anything notable about that car?
Yes, Mr. Buntree, he had a Toyota Supra that was black, and he had one bullet hole to the driver's side fender.
Now, let's go back to, you're on your way back to, or you're on your way over to UMC. What happens at UMC?
Get there. Of course, Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur was in the emergency room. I didn't get to see Mr. Knight until about 3 hours later. I saw him, but there was a lot of people gathering. Yes, people heard what happened from the club. They started gathering there, and people were just starting to gather, and in the parking lot outside of the hospital.
Was Mr. Knight held at UMC for a long time, or like for weeks, or what happened with Mr. Knight?
No, Mr. Knight was released. I left prior. I don't know why I left. I left prior to him getting released, about 4 or 5 that morning. But I know I was back at his house. I went and got his home secured, and I know I was back at his house about 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. that morning. I was with him all that day.
After all this, or sometime during this, do you make contact with your father?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
By phone. I called him a couple of times throughout that night. Told him what had just happened to Suge and Mr. Shakur. It's kind of stressful for me. Called him a few times that night.
How are you calling him?
By cell phone.
Oh, you had a cell phone at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was there anything that you felt you had to relate to him in order to let him know what might be happening the next day?
Well, during that night, or that early morning, I was getting information from people in the parking lot and around that, hey, they got into it at the MGM with some guys from Southside Compton Clubs. And so I relayed that to him. Didn't know who the people were, just that they got into it from some guys from Southside, and I told them, hey, it's gonna be trouble back in Compton.
When did you go back to Compton? When did you go back to California?
Yeah, about 2 weeks later.
So you were in town while Mr. Shakur was at the hospital.
The whole time he was at the hospital, and that following week as well.
What was your role while Mr. Shakur was in the hospital?
I had 2 guys assigned outside his door the whole time he was fighting for his life. And they were there just, we had problems with, I remember a candy striper trying to sneak up and take a picture of him while he was lying, fighting for his life. And we were just trying to keep people out. Of course, Ms. Shakur, his mother, was in charge, but just mainly trying to keep people out that she didn't want in or got her permission to come in to see Mr. Shakur while he was fighting for his life.
And then you had said after Mr. Shakur had passed, you stayed in Vegas for another week?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Well, I'm the one that actually received his ashes, and had one of my security guys by the name of James Green fly back with the ashes and eventually delivered them to someone in the family. I believe it was the mother, but if it wasn't her, it was somebody that she authorized to receive the ashes.
Okay, but you weren't the person that delivered the ashes.
James Green was.
You received the ashes
Yes.
and then gave it
To James.
Yes. You know, I want to ask you this just straight. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Absolutely not.
As a result of the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM Grand, were there any legal proceedings that involved Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Knight was on probation at the time of the beating at the MGM Grand?
He was.
Actually, can we show 115? Actually, I don't even know that Mr. Wright can see.
We can take the computer up to him. I just have to open it. It'll go off the screen though if I take it off here. You want to do it on your computer so he can see it up close? And I'll play it for the jury. I assume you want. Yes. You want the fight one, right?
It looks like there's something wrong with the feed here. Or maybe they shut it off to avoid the whispers. So this guy is Reggie Wright Jr. He is the was the head of security for Def Jam. I'm sorry, not Def Jam, Death Row Records.
I'll show it to you up close, Mr. Wright, while Mr. DiGiacomo shows it to the members of the. And Mr. DiGiacomo.
Before you said one started?
Yeah, for the record, this is State's Exhibit 115B at 7 minutes and 4 seconds.
Okay.
So here, just actually, before we start playing, Mr. Wright, have you seen the MGM video before?
Yes, sir.
It's fair to say you've seen it more than once.
Yes, sir.
And that partly because it was part of a revocation proceeding that involved Suge Knight.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you 115B, starting at 7:04. I'm clicking. One second, not just yet. I'm clicking right. Is this the video that you've seen before?
That's correct, sir.
I'm going to pause. Starting at 7:20. Did you recognize the folks that were hitting Mr. Anderson there?
Hitting or kicking?
Hitting or kicking, yeah.
Yes, I do.
Who were they?
The gentleman in the white with the black hat on was
We'll try and coordinate this up again.
This guy in the white with the white hat, he got in a lot of good kicks.
Well, then can you tell us people who are involved in this?
that gentleman right there in the white is Buntry, Alton McDonald.
There appears to be somebody in a gold shirt. Who was that?
That appeared to be Mr. Shakur.
There's a person in gray on gray, looks like outfit. Do you know who that is?
The one that I saw that's right in front of Mr. McDonald right now is Roger Williams.
Okay.
I thought it was blue. I saw
Okay,
it blue.
maybe I'm talking about the wrong thing. You're talking about this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna approach you. Shot again.
Well, that's Mr. Knight, and then that's Mr. Williams. Yeah.
And then, so you see Mr. Williams, Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur. Those are the people that are evident to you in this portion of the video. Is that
That's
right?
correct, sir.
And then we have another video of everybody leaving. Can you see that?
See it, but
That's fair. That's it. Okay, I'm going to show Mr. Wright 115C.
and Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, Buntry, Mr. Williams. I don't see Frank yet. Okay, there you go. Mr. Alexander is the one with no sleeves on his shirt. And he's leading the pack now.
Did you see Trayvon Lane?
Trayvon Lane is the one whose medallion got stolen.
I don't see Mr. Lane yet. No, he had a hat on. I've seen him before. I don't see him right now, though. Let me look again. Frank. Mr. Shakur. I'm sorry, I don't see Mr. Lane.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Let me just ask you to focus on the people leaving now at this point.
Okay. Right there, upper right. Yeah.
So you see him
Yeah,
leaving.
he has the hat on. Upper right corner is Mr. Lane.
So you see him leaving the scene, but you don't actually see him during the
Altercation.
you don't see him actually hitting
I didn't see him, no.
Mr. Anderson.
I didn't see him do that.
But he's with the group that's fleeing the beating of Mr. Anderson.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state proposed exhibit 60. You recognize who that person is?
That's Mr. Lane.
Do you recognize the person in State's exhibit 7? Actually, no, I gave you the wrong one. State's exhibit 2.
Yes, I recognize him. That's Mr. Davis.
Okay. I'm going to show you the person depicted in State's exhibit number 3.
Mr. Anderson.
And lastly, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's exhibit 72. Do you recognize what's in that?
This is Defo J, yes.
Ron, I'm going to move these exhibits into evidence.
No objection.
So admitted.
Can you show number 6? Sorry, this is Mark 6. I think it's 6. Is that the person you identified as Trayvon Lane?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Paul, is this a, could you take it, is this a natural stopping point?
Yes, we can take a break.
Okay, I think we need, one of our jurors needs to come for a break.
Okay.
All right, so at this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected to the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here at 3:40. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room and will be in recess. Mr. Wright, did you need any water bottle or anything?
I have one. Thank you,
You
ma'am.
got one? Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, no problem.
Your Honor, if we could just
Okay, so they're going on a 10-minute break, and this is now getting into the parts of the story that are a little bit more interesting. These are the parts that people have been speculating about, where the bodyguards were, where security was, who had weapons, and things like that. So this is sort of getting into the part of the case that most people were tuning in to see. What this guy and the last witness did was they made very real the beef between these parties. It's no longer random that they're now connecting all of these characters together, right? So we had the first guy who talked about how the beef had made its way back into the neighborhood. This guy, who was the head of security at Death Row Records, he's now explaining how the beef looked from the inside, and he is the one who just named all of the characters in the fight. So between these two witnesses, the prosecutor is doing a lot of work in establishing what was the relationship between all of these parties and how there was actually tension. So the significance of what this does is that it's laying the groundwork for there to have been some other reason for the shooting other than just this beatdown. Right. So and the work that does is it makes it so that even if the jurors thought there's no way that they would shoot Tupac over this beatdown, these two witnesses together have just established that it was a much larger relationship, much longer tension and known tension between the parties. So these two witnesses are very successful for the prosecution, but neither of them has said that they saw anything, heard anything, or knew anything about Keffe D organizing this hit. So this is really interesting because it's doing a lot of work for the prosecutor, but none of them have said, and we know that Keffe D did something. So it's really interesting. They're taking a break about 10 minutes, and then they're going to come back and pick it up from there. There may be one or two more witnesses before the day is done. Maybe one more witness. We'll see. I think they're going to do a cross-examination of Reggie Wright, who is the witness on the stand right now. He's the head of security, was at the time the head of security for Death Row Records. And he had a private security company as well. The reason they're taking this 10-minute break is because it's time for a 10-minute break, but also because one of the jurors expressed that they needed to have a bathroom break or some kind of a bio break. So these last two witnesses have been very, very interesting. They have, they're doing a lot of work for the prosecution because they are showing the background relationship between Keffe D and his crew and Tupac and their crew, right? This wasn't just about a 15-second beatdown. And they showed the footage of this beatdown twice. And it literally was the fastest beatdown that known in the history of mankind, right? He took a couple blows, took a couple kicks to the head, and that was about it. And then he popped back up and kept walking, right? So if you're a person who believes that this shooting was not actually about that fight, when you look at the video of the fight, it kind of lends credence to that idea, right? I mean, this was not a massive beatdown that somebody should have gotten shot for it. I mean, the kid wasn't even injured. He literally popped back up and said he didn't need any help and left and got in the car. So the last two witnesses are showing that there was known tension, that back in the neighborhood, back in Compton, Keffe D and his nephew Orlando Anderson, they were the ones that were highly sought out. People were looking for them to kill them. So they were right in the mix. And then this guy who was running security for Death Row Records, he said that there was a known beef between these parties, but neither of them has said, but I saw Keffe D do it. But I heard Keffe D arranging and organizing, right? None of them have even put him on the scene. So they have not done away with the defense's claim that I think we're going to see them make when they open. Part of what they're going to say is that he wasn't even in Las Vegas at the time. And nobody has put him in Vegas at the time. They've put his nephew in Vegas. They've put Suge and Tupac and a bunch of other people from the crew, but nobody has yet put him in Vegas. So this is interesting. I don't know if the prosecution has someone that's going to say, yeah, I saw him there, or yeah, that's him in the image. But so far, they have not done that. So far, they have not done that. But again, what's interesting about this is that these are old men now, that this all happened 30 years ago, and all of these guys are old men, right? If you're wondering what that lifestyle is going to look like in 30 years, if you make it, this is what it's going to look like. These guys have no teeth. One guy's rolling around with oxygen in an electric wheelchair with some kind of I don't know, he may be in prison for something. We don't know yet. He appears to be in prison colors, certainly, and he appears to have an armed guard right next to him. So, yeah, this is what it turns into 30 years on. So we'll see. But nobody is snitching on this guy. Not yet. Not yet. So we'll see.